Those have started. We've started both of them. Okay. Hopefully it's connected. There it is. There it is. Broadcast started. Broadcast started. Okay. Hold on. It's not working in the monitor. There it is. Okay. Welcome in, y'all. If you're just joining us on YouTube, thank you for coming in. We're going to be doing some cooking today. Some exciting updates if you're joining live for the live stream, which this is live currently, unless you're watching it after it's not live, in which case it's not. Anyway, that was weird. Couple updates for YouTube specifically today. The commands that we have are all of our regular commands work. You can check in on YouTube now. You can actually, the only command that doesn't work is the menu. But all the other commands work on YouTube. If you are a paid YouTube member, tier 1 and up, you have use of sound commands on stream. So if you're watching live and you want to play sounds on stream, you can type command sounds into chat and it will tell you what sound commands are available to you. If you are on any platform, you can type either command sounds or command commands. That's an exclamation point and then the word commands or sounds, and it will tell you what is available for you to use. Also, if you are on YouTube, your counters work. So if you're watching on that platform and you see a cat in the background and you want to put command that cat's name in chat, you can. If someone else has already done it on Twitch or already on YouTube, it won't work because there's a timeout on them. You can also check in on YouTube. So all of that is working now and has been set up. Elsie is, speaking of cats, is behind me. What? Little girl, you're going to be... This cat is going to be around all day. All day. She's hunting. She's hunting. Is there a cooldown on meow? You know, I actually don't know. I think there probably is. Let's check. Command sounds meow. There is a 10-second individual user cooldown. There is no cooldown on global users, meaning if 2 people put it in chat back to back, it will not work. It does not work in a sentence, although now it will. I just changed it. Try it again. Shayna, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. So I was doing a lot of work on the bot this weekend. Basically, without getting too in... It definitely worked. Does it work? Meow. It does. Basically, I had to put a lot of... I had to go back through all of the commands and all of the sounds. I had to update all of them individually, both the command and the sound. And like the check-in, the code for the check-in counter right now is like big. Tundrella, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. I don't think oh, that's weird. The YouTube emotes don't come through on my bot. That's different and new. Twitch bot, send, kick, Trovo, YouTube, show platform icons. I don't know how to make that work. We're not gonna worry about that right now. We're not gonna get too into the weeds on that. Other things I did this weekend were, basically figuring out how to update the bot and then updating the bot. So usually whenever I have some sort of like update like that, it's like I have to get everything sort of up to speed. Like I have to get like, oh, I want like YouTube members to be able to use sounds too. Well, like I have to update every sound and every command. So sometimes it was a lot of maintenance work this weekend. I also put a lot of work into the camera situation, our stove camera, which we've had issues with for quite some time now. I put like a couple, Jesus, Elsie. I put like a couple hours worth of work into trying to figure out what that issue was. I don't know what it was. Did I get all my business stuff done? Twinella, I did. The only thing I didn't do is a checking account. Because apparently I registered one of the things. I registered something with the state incorrectly, and the bank was like, that's not right. You didn't do this the right way. And so I needed to do it now. I needed to like redo it. Anyway, I'm glad that it was motivating too to get everything done and wrapped up. Everything's done. It's all done. It's finished. So, profit. Let's talk about what we're doing today though, because hopefully everything works. Hopefully my GPU holds up. GPU's actually looking really good right now. A few new clients. Hell yeah. Congratulations. That's awesome. I haven't been able to get Google to index the website, so yet. So, onward and upward. Today, we're doing a couple things. We're going to make rice pudding. I'm going to do that first, I think. Also going to bake some shortbread cookies. Now, lest you think that I'm going to make those shortbread cookies, this is just a clear out of the freezer for cookies that exist already. These are old. No, not old. They're not that old. If they were old, they would be in the downstairs chest freezer. These are, I don't know. Whenever I made these on stream, I don't remember when. It was within the past 20 streams, so they're not that old. So we're gonna cut those up. We're gonna let those thaw out on the counter while we're making the rice pudding. Then we're gonna cut those up and make them in the oven. Then I am going to go back and retest this recipe that I was working on last week. This is the 1-pan lemon chicken orzo dinner. I have the chicken is ready because I if you recall, I made half of it for the dinner before, so I'm going to use the other half of it to test the recipe again. So that was the recipe that I was trying to print out that I couldn't get the printer to work. So I'm going to have to use my laptop for that, which is annoying, but that's okay. I also, excuse me, I was going to make stock today, but I had the thought that I don't really want to, I don't really want to have to like deal with the stock later. Because I always have to like package it and then package it, freeze it, and then package it again. And I was like, I don't want to do that today. So I'm not. I do want to package the quiche. I have frozen quiche from last week that I need to put in a vacuum seal. I can put it in like a pie pan and put it in a separate vacuum seal. So I do need to do that. That can go, I guess that can go in the basement freezer. Why don't we do that first? That seems like a good idea. Master Split says Philly cheesesteak pudding. No. I'm not going to yuck your yum, but I'm going to order something different. I hope that's okay. Cabbage Trap, welcome in with the chicken check-in. I love the chicken check-in. Kathy, welcome. Happy Tuesday. Is that really anyone's yum? Maybe. I mean, what is Philly cheesesteak pudding if not cream chip beef? Right? Cream chip beef, Philly cheesesteak pudding. They're kind of the same thing. I mean, it's the same beef. I mean, I'd rather not put like cheese in there, but like I guess it's okay. Is there onions in cream chip beef? Catastrophe says I was considering using beef jerky to make shit on a shingle. SOS. I bet that would be pretty good. Would you have to like rehydrate it for longer? Would you have to cook it for longer, I guess? What would Philly cheesesteak pudding actually be besides something you would need an edible to enjoy? Caretaker? I mean, again, I'm not going to yuck your yum. Would I try it if someone made it and offered it to me? Yes. Would I make it myself? No. But thanks for playing. Oh my God. Isn't shingles a disease? It is. Shingles is. The shingle in the culinary sense is a piece of toast. Which is what we were talking about. I can't, with the fruit, I don't want to, I'm like, now those ideas are cross-pollinating in my head and we're going weird places, so. Shit on a shingle, SOS, is cream chip beef, which looks as you can imagine it to look, on like a slice of toast. That's what that means on a shingle. It's also something I was not allowed to eat when we went out to restaurants as a child. My mom thought it was gross and she didn't want to look at it, so she wouldn't let me order it. Cream chip beef, that is. I was like, I loved it. It was so good. We used to go to, every once in a while, we go to like Bob Evans, right? And like their cream chip beef was like really good. And she was like, that looks like vomit. You're not allowed to order that. And I was like, what do you mean I'm not allowed to order it? I'm not allowed to order it because you don't want to look at it? Fuck out of here. Callie, welcome in. What was gross? Cream chip beef, but only visually and not to me. I enjoy it. Have I ever eaten Cajun food, Pie Swarm? I have, but I will say I've never been to like that area. I've never been to like Louisiana. I've had gumbo several times cooked for me by someone who like worked as a cook down there. One of my favorite places in Reading Terminal Market, where I live in Philadelphia, is this place called Beck's Cajun Cafe, which is very good. Have I ever had it in New Orleans or Louisiana? No, but I love Cajun food, generally speaking. It is easy to make homemade catastrophe. I agree. It's cream and beef, and you put them in a pot. That's why jerky would work there, right? Yes, cream chip beef. Popular dish during the Depression. Right, because it's like literally just milk and beef. It does look like vomit. I mean, it kind of does. Like, I'm not going to lie about it. It's something where I remember I wanted it. It was like the thing on the menu that I wanted that I was not allowed to order. Childhood trauma. I did say Beck's, correct. I'm thinking of a road trip that includes Louisiana. I'll have to try Beck's. It's in Reading Terminal Market in Philadelphia. They might have another location. I don't think so. I don't know. I say might. But I do love, like, Beck's is really good, and they just expanded, and you can sit they have like a big counter there now. I would just go in for lunch and eat there, and then you can also get like takeout from there. So if you want to try a couple different things, you can get like some takeout, which would be fun. $20. I think it's good. I've actually never made it. Philly cheesesteak. Add cheddar to the root. There you go. Or like provolone. Chipped beef itself isn't cheap anymore. Does it have to be like chipped? I mean, I know it says it in the title. I know it says it in the name of it, but like, can you use different beef? Callie, I love Beck's too. I actually haven't eaten there in a while. I think the last time I ate at Beck's was on stream, like last year. The little 69-cent packets of tiny sliced beef. I bet you could just buy, this is such sacrilege right now, but I bet you could just buy like a bunch of Slim Jims and like cut them up and just put that in some milk Don't do that. That's a bad idea. The barbecue chicken. Or Denix, Pie Swarm. Denix is like a classic. I go shopping at Reading Terminal regularly. It's my I go there for like half of my grocery shopping. Anything that is meat or produce or cheese, I buy at Reading Terminal. And then occasional like supplemental things, dry goods too. Any like bulk goods, like bulk spices, rice, pastas, chocolate stuff I buy there, sugar, flour, like all that stuff I buy at Reading Terminal. Canned goods, I don't. I used to be, but I used to, but I don't anymore because. Jonathan Best Grocer shut down, so they're no longer in existence anymore. Catastrophe says, I was considering jerky or cheesesteak meat recently in place of dry beef. I mean, I think that like a jerky in a cream chip beef would be good. I think that you would probably want to cook it a little longer, right? Maybe. Or not. But probably. I mean, I would want it to be a little softer, but chicken and andouille gumbo with special fries. With everything on top. You know, I don't think I've had. I'm thinking of whether I've had the. I've had the gumbo from there. A Latin food stand that made Cubanos. The last time I was there, it was gone. Yeah, El Mercury is probably the most popular like Latin food stand there. There's a place called Tambian that does I think it's Filipino and like general Pacific Islander food. Yeah, catastrophe. I would hydrate it a little bit. I guess I don't know if I would hydrate it in the milk itself, like soak it. I don't know. I bet you that the internet can give you a resource for that. Sarah says, may we see your hat? Yes. Yes, you may. This is Command Hat. This is a floral hat. It is from Ape and Bird. It is it has a pen holder, just like just like all of the Ape and Bird hats do. Has a nice, the back of it is one of these like webbing straps, which almost all their hats have now. You know, and I say this not because they're like a sponsor, although they have sent me some free hats before. I've been wearing their hats for a long time, and I've never had one fall apart. Like I've never had a physical issue or like a hardware issue with any of them. They're handmade, and they're also not cheap as far as like hats go. But if you ever buy like a fitted baseball cap from like your favorite sports team, these are probably less money than that. I like them. I also like that they don't sit as far down on my head because I'm like, I don't know, just like this style of them. They're a little shallower. When I wear a baseball hat, it like pushes my ears down. Kind of annoying, honestly. And the pen holder is nice too. A cream chip Philly cheesesteak. Oh, see, but cream chip beef, I'm behind that. Cream chipped sliced beef, also possibly. I saw a Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives compilation of Philly places. Yes, in the Fishtown, Port Richmond area. Mom's look tasty. Is that the pierogi spot? I haven't. I've gotten their pierogies at farmers markets before. They like sell them at a bunch of different markets. If I'm thinking of the same place, that would probably be in the Port Richmond area. The cheesesteak pierogi. Yes. Yeah, that would definitely. I've never been there to their spot, but I've had their pierogies. I almost bought some last weekend. From Mom Moms to Mom Noms. We were literally just talking about this place in Philadelphia called Mom Moms. That is a pierogi spot, which is really good. Red Pink, hello. Persephone, welcome in. Welcome back, y'all. It's nice to have you. We appreciate y'all coming through. Friends who are hanging out here, chatting with us. Mom Noms is a fellow food and drink streamer, who was streaming and food was cooking today. I don't know if today was cooking, educational, a mix of both. I know that she was doing more educational, moving more toward an educational approach to food content, which is kind of lovely. I am more of a just like chat about it and share my ignorance type of person. But welcome in. Mix of both. Good. Okay. Oh, they're making Choco Tacos. Super. Um, can I be I've never had a Choco Taco. I'm allergic to peanuts. So if I was ever to have one, I would have to make it myself. And the fact that you were making them is amazing. And I am kind of curious about them. That's an interesting, like, the history of them. I feel like, is it not like industrial food? The original recipe doesn't have peanuts. It doesn't? They all have peanuts now, right? Like you dip them in chocolate and it's like, you roll them in the thing, right? I feel like they usually have peanuts. Am I wrong? I'm often wrong. So, they had sprinkles originally. See, I would have eaten those. Yeah, they make the ones with the ones that I grew up with. My understanding of the Choco Taco was it had peanuts on it, and they would make me die, so I didn't eat them. I feel like they did. They're good. Don't get me wrong. You're probably not missing too much. No, Velas, I feel like that's the case with like all sort of not industrial foods, but like any type of ice cream that's like sort of like packaged and processed, like plant processed ice cream. I feel like there's always something missing. I'm not gonna lie. Making them yourself though? Did you make the taco too? The taco is like a waffle, right? 1984, hey, in Philly, hey! Mexican food is becoming popular, so I'm gonna put this on my ice cream truck. Hell yeah, Mom. It's 1984. That's the year I was born. Philly is where I live. And I've never had a Choco Taco. I'm upset by all of these things. Quilpy, welcome in. He sold them to Unilever. Damn. To put onto the Klondike bar. You know, people, what the advertising for the Klondike bar was insane. Not insane, but it was like, people were like, what would you do for a Klondike bar? I'm like, not that much, honestly. They're not great. They fucking melt all over your hand. You can't eat them. You have to eat them in the foil. Like, if it's above freezing out, they just melt everywhere. They're all over everything. Like, Klondike bars are not good. They're fine. They're fine. Exactly. They're fine. Would I eat one? Yeah, absolutely. Would I do anything specific for them other than like request one if you're offering or say yes if you're offering? No, I would not. I didn't know Unilever owned the Klondike. You mean like the deodorant people? Damn. They also own everything. So yeah. They came out in Taco Bell. The Choco Taco was served in Taco Bell. Okay, I mean, that tracks. That's like aligned. Persephone says, hot take, peanuts are the bottom of the barrel topping. They can go fuck off for all I care. Sorry, not sorry. I'm not sorry either. Please continue with your peanut hatred. I can't eat them. So I don't. My opinion of peanuts is I wish they were on less things. Caretaker says, what would you do for a Klondike bar? Buy one? No, I wouldn't. Honestly, I wouldn't buy one. If other ice cream is available, I would not buy a Klondike bar. It went away during the health surge. And Taco Bell said, saying we're healthier. You know, my partner's never had Taco Bell. We found this out the other day. I was like, wait, really? I was like, what did you eat in high school? Like, where did you go when you went out for like fast food? Like, I ate at Taco Bell all the time when I was in high school because they had a 3 taco meal and it was like a cheap. It was super, super cheap. The Klondike chocolate always tasted plasticky. Yeah, it's also too thin. I feel like the Klondike bar should be they should have twice as much chocolate. If they came out with like a triple chocolate Klondike bar, I would be like, all right, I'm back. Or here for the first time. We'll run out of ice cream if we keep making these. Because they're too popular? I don't like, I feel like, I don't know, didn't people love the Choco Taco? I thought that was like a really popular dessert. I just never really paid attention to the Choco Taco because I was like, oh, peanuts, deaf, can't do it. Cyber says I probably wouldn't even take one for free unless there was no other food and I was really hungry, right? Yeah, I mean, they're like, do you want a Klondike bar? I'm like, not really. I don't love nuts in my food. I do, but I don't like. It's sort of rare. I don't often, I don't often cook with them. I don't usually think about them as an additive either. I'm allergic to several nuts, so I'm like, I don't bother. They tried to buy them back. It's an open and free market. That is a weird history. That's like a. It's like I want to say that's like a relatively new ice cream food, but it's not. It's 41 years old. Taco Bell used to be cheap. I mean, yes, it did. Taco Bell used to be like where you went when you had like seat cushion change, and now you just need bigger seat cushions. A thick chocolate bar is a Dove bar. Okay, touche, Pies form. Yeah, why would you discontinue them? I don't understand. They prioritized Klondike over the Choco Taco. Maybe the manufacturing process was expensive. I don't know. That does seem like a terrible decision. And welcome and hello. That's fascinating. But like, I'm just fixated on the fact that they were invented in Philadelphia, and I'm like, I'll take that. Thank you. Yeah, fast food's not cheap. Nothing's cheap. I'm cheap, but but who's buying? Anyway, shrinkflation has hit fast food. You know, I was testing a recipe the other day, and the author called for like a 7-ounce container of something, and I was like, I can only find 6.8-ounce containers of this, and it was pesto. It was like jars of pesto, and literally all the pesto in the store was like 6.5, 6.6 ounces. And I was like, where? And I went on Instacart, and I was like, okay, is there even a 7-ounce container of this thing? And there wasn't. All of them were like just under 7 ounces. And I was like, damn. Shrinkflation indeed. Do I know Jack and Jill's ice cream? I do know Jack and Jill's ice cream. My partner's buying. No. Red pink. That is a lovely thought. But she's like, no, please leave me alone. Bags of chips are I feel like smaller and more expensive. This is true. I think it's just like half an ounce, like 2.2 ounces are like out of everything. But at scale, that's a lot, you know? They shrunk these and charged me $8. Yeah, I haven't eaten at Taco Bell in let's see. The last time I ate at Taco Bell was probably in the year 2004. That's probably about right. The last time I eat fast food when we're driving somewhere. So if we're like driving to go camping or like driving home, if we're on the road to go to like a camping trip and it's like 3 or 4 hours drive, we'll get like Burger King or something at one of the rest areas, or like we'll get rest area fast food. I don't otherwise eat a lot of it. Depends what you consider fast food, like carry out. Like pizza, is pizza fast food? I don't know. Anne says I only buy bean burritos at Taco Bell. That meat is mostly grease. They can't ruin refried beans. I mean, that's true. Refried beans are so good. I love them. Like straight out, I would eat refried beans straight out of a can, just like cold. They're so good. Um, Vacation traveling. Yeah, I make an exception for fast food if I'm like driving and I don't really, I also consider like Wawa fast food or Sheets or Bucky's. I mean, those are like other sort of equivalent areas. Like that's fast food. I consider that. If I'm buying it, if I get out of if I'm like in a car and I'm buying it and then I go sit in my car and eat it, it's fast food. El Limon, pie swarm. I don't think I definitely never been to an El Limon. We're making rice pudding today. That's what we're doing today. This rice pudding is slow food because it's taken me an hour to start talking about it. Hackle Nibbling Toyota, welcome in. Oh my God. Fast food is cheaper than eating at home. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. Moms, that is super economical. I don't believe for a second that fast food is cheaper to eat at the same scale that you would eat food from your house. Like, I think if you ate one meal a day and you were an individual, maybe you could, but like if you ate one meal a day of grocery food that you got from the grocery store, it would also be cheap. So like, the first creator of the Choco Taco. Okay, were they at Jack and Jill's during that time? I mean, I'm guessing not. Was Jack and Jill's, when did they start? The Jack and Jill's ice cream truck is interesting. I feel like I grew up with that one and like the Good Humor truck, which all had the ice cream that was like packaged ice cream. But in Philly, we have Mr. Softy, which is like soft serve ice cream, which is different, which I kind of enjoy. We made some really nice meals that were less than fast food homemade. Yeah, like the thing with that is you also usually have leftovers. Like, if you're cooking for yourself and you make 4 portions, that's 4 meals. 1929 in Philly, hell yeah. Go Birds. Total time, 40 minutes. This is a lie. We're just going to start with that. Okay. You want a starchy rice. Any rice would work. You wouldn't normally make risotto with basmati or jasmine. You would normally make rice pudding with it. Short grain, medium grain rice works well with this recipe because it gets soft and sticky when cooked. I think I used sushi rice in this last time. I think I got the sushi rice to make this. Like I got like a really short grain rice, so I'm going to use that again. I'm making this recipe today, rice pudding. Persephone, I know. See, my partner also recently, or like, has said historically that she doesn't like rice pudding, but she went out recently she went out to eat last week, and got rice pudding at a place that had it like as a dessert, and was like, oh, it was actually kind of good. And I was like, okay, so I'm gonna make it again today and see if she'll try it. She might not, and that's standard. And it's okay if that's what happens. But this is an easy recipe. I've made this before and it turned out really well, actually. And also, fact, Calvin really likes rice pudding. So I'm happy to do that. This recipe does include raisins. I am not going to put the raisins in it. Although I actually might, hold on, let's see. Yeah, you put them in at the end. I might put them in, and then you can just like eat. Just if you don't want them, just don't eat them. Like, I think that's fine too. Most rice pudding I've offered has had raisins in it. I have a hate relationship with humiliated grapes. What if it was blueberries? and they do get all plump. It's the same thing. See, I love raisins, and it's the same thing with like rum raisin ice cream when you eat that, and it has like these giant honking raisins in them. Because I have some dried blueberries, and I don't have anything to do with them, so I might put those in instead. We'll see. Actually, last time I think I put fresh blueberries in it. I don't recall. Okay, cook the rice in the milk in a medium heavy bottom saucepan. Bring the milk, rice, and salt to a boil over high heat. Reduce the heat to low and simmer partially covered until the rice is tender, 20 to 25 minutes. Stir frequently to prevent the rice from sticking to the bottom of the pan. Mix the egg and sugar, temper with the hot cooked rice. In a small mixing bowl, whisk together the egg and brown sugar until well mixed. Add half a cup of the hot rice mixture to the egg mixture, a tablespoon at a time, vigorously whisking to incorporate. Add the egg mixture back into the pan. Add the egg mixture back into the saucepan of rice and milk. Reduce the heat to low and stir until thickened, or about 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Be careful not to have the mixture come to a boil at this point, or it will curdle. Remove from heat and stir in the vanilla, raisins, and cinnamon. The pudding will thicken as it cools. When it is warm, it will be a bit on the runny side. Serve warm or cold. Did you enjoy this recipe? Leave us a rating and review. Simple tip, the rice pudding will thicken as it cools. When it's warm, it may seem a bit loose. Once chilled, it will be quite thick. Great. Homemade ice cream sandwiches. Caretaker, I love that idea. I've done ice cream on stream a handful of times. I probably made ice cream on stream like 5-6 times at this point. But I've never done anything with it other than eaten it. So maybe we could do like homemade chipwiches, which would be really good. I love the idea. I love the ice cream cookie sandwich. Now, if I'm getting ice cream in a prepackaged situation, the chipwich with the chocolate chips around the outside of it, that's like, they're so good. So good. Troy, welcome in. Enjoy your look. Major issues with textures. Yeah, that's reasonable. I think my partner also is like, I just don't like the way they feel. Like, I don't like their taste. I don't like when you bite into them. It feels like biting. She's always like, it feels like biting into a bug. And I'm like, I get that. That's valid. Okay, let's get out our ingredients here. We need milk. Pause. Do I have milk? Ah, I do. Good. I didn't check to see if I had milk before I committed to doing rice pudding today. 1/3 a cup of uncooked short grain white rice. That's not that much, is it? Maybe I'll make a double batch of this because Calvin likes, as I remember, he likes rice pudding and will eat it. So maybe I'll do, that's 5 cups of milk. That's a lot of milk. So maybe we'll do that because I have everything else. Like, I have enough ingredients for all of this to do a double batch. So maybe we'll do a double because I love rice pudding, and this says it serves 3 to 4. That's not enough. Okay, we'll do a double of this. So milk, rice, salt, egg. So I'm gonna do 2 large eggs, which I have. Good. Dark brown sugar. Dark brown sugar. Vanilla, cinnamon, and then it says raisins, but we'll use blueberries. Let's use, do I have better vanilla? Good, quote unquote, good vanilla? I do. Vanilla, there's vanilla. Here's the cinnamon. And then where are those blueberries? Here they are. Sweetened wild blueberries. Beautiful. All right. A Philly cheesesteak rice bowl. That would be like a good bibimbap situation. This smells so good. It's actually, they smell really good. There was like a really excellent scent that just like came up out of that bag. In a medium heavy bottom saucepan, bring the milk, rice, and salt to a boil over high heat. Okay, so we're going to use a large... We're going to use our saucepan capable of doing a double batch of this. So let's do this pot. Now, we're going to do five cups of milk, because it says 5. If we double it, we're going to do 5. So that's 600 milliliters, which is 1,200 milliliters. 1 cup, 240, 480. Yeah. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Caretaker says, I recently got a 4-square waffle maker. Ooh, waffle brownies. Hell yeah. Oh my God, that sounds amazing. Waffle cookie dough. Oh. Okay, we're going to do something different. We're going to do something different on stream today. Honestly, that sounds better than what I'm doing. That sounds a lot better than what I'm doing. Okay. We're going to do 2. Four, 5. Perfect. All right. Bring the milk, rice, and salt. There's the milk. Let's get the salt. Salt, pinch of salt. So 1, 2. And the rice. This is super premium short grain rice. This is what it calls for. So we need 66 grams. Double that. That's 132 grams, right? 12 and 120. Yeah. 132 grams. 132 grams of rice. So we're going to milk, rice, and salt. Okay, to a boil over high heat. What did I say, 120? Oh, 122. Wait, 132. Whoops, hold on. No, I'm mathing. We're doing math in real time. I'm being exact with the rice, but I didn't weigh out the milk. So, you know, could have been more exact on the milk. I wasn't sure if it was a 1-to-1 ratio of a milliliter to a gram for the weight of milk, as it is with other regular liquids, like less thick liquids. Like I know that honey is very different. Honey is not that ratio, and I wasn't sure if milk was. I think it is. I do think it is, but I forget. So I was just going with the measurement. Okay, now in the past, we've had some issues with this camera on the stove. It hasn't worked when I've turned it on. Let's see if the pot is there. And it shows, yes, yes. Just let it be. We're not going to say anything. We're going to say, good job, camera. Good job, camera. Good job, camera. You turned on. Okay, we're going to turn this to a boil. We're going to set this to high, and we're going to measure out our other ingredients while this is coming to a boil. Mix the egg and sugar, temper with the hot cooked rice. In a small mixing bowl, whisk together the egg and brown sugar until well mixed. Add half a cup of the hot rice mixture. Okay, so 2 eggs, and sugar. I'm going to do that in a mixing bowl. And we're going to give this a large enough bowl that I can sort of mix well. Okay, and it gives me weight for the sugar, which I love. It does not give me weight for the egg because it's an egg. What's Charlene? Welcome in. I'm doing well. I was not doing well earlier, and now I am. When I say I was not doing well, I just had I had an annoying morning, and I'm also getting ready to go to Toronto. I'm trying to figure out packing. I was mad at the printer, my literal physical printer, not like a person doing printing for me. So I'm much better now that I'm in a familiar place, which is in the kitchen cooking something live. We all live in a hot kitchen. Yeah. Yes. That is metaphorically that is true, and also oh, shit falling out of the cabinet. I'm being attacked by a 2 drops out of a bottle of whiskey. Metaphorically that's true, and also literally sometimes that's true. Sarah, just let it be. Made me think of Happy Gilmore, and he gets pissed at the golf ball. Yes. Yeah. I was just... The saga of the printer has been one of frustration recently. 2 large eggs. 2 large eggs. Kelly B, welcome in. Fellow food and drink streamer, Kelly B. Good to see you. Welcome. I hope you had a good rest of your stream the other day after we came through. I understand that you're doing food and drink once a week, if that's my... Was that accurate? On Thursday? Was it Thursdays? True Caretaker, the printer will not work again. I broke it. I physically broke it. I have been meaning to get a new one.
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Oh, Cyborg. Sometimes, often that is true. But the printer has not been working for a while, and I didn't go full Office Space on it, but I did break the door off of it because it kept telling me to open the door for a paper jam, which didn't exist, and I was like, I'm buying a new one of these. Fuck this thing. Just rip the door off of it. I'm not physically I don't do that as a practice, but I was also I'm buying a new one. I'm gonna buy a worse one. I don't want to say better one. Better one is any printer that works. I'm gonna buy the cheapest printer I can get. Mix the egg and sugar. Okay. So egg and sugar. And then we're gonna temper this in a few moments here once that is finished. I redeemed that so long ago. I wonder why it took that long. I don't know why it took that long. That's odd. I'm wondering if it goes through... I'm wondering if something else was happening. That command goes through the bot. So that command... The bot is doing more.
None of this matters.
The bot is doing more today than it has been in historically. So it might have just been backed up. I need to also hold on. I just had a thought that I meant to do. Okay, I spelled that wrong, but that's okay. Yeah, I was going to reference Office Space. I totally did, but Charlie, and I didn't want to like threaten the printer. I was just like, we're done here. Sometimes I get the baking bug. Hell yeah. I occasionally get the baking bug. We do cookies once a month, at least. I should also note, y'all, I know that today's the first stream of the month. We usually do our cookie club drawing on the first day stream of the month. I'm not prepared to do that today. So we will be doing our cookie club drawing late this month. We'll be doing cookie club period late this month because I have because I'm going to Toronto and I will not because I'm not going to be around. So just like FYI, we usually do that on this stream, the first stream of the month, but we're going to do just a later version of Cookie Club this month. We're still going to do it. I'm not skipping it because whatever, but we'll probably do the drawing on Tuesday of next week and then Cookie Club on Thursday. So just like a week backed up from what we usually do. Okay, add the mixture. Then we're going to mix in the vanilla, raisins, and cinnamon. Okay, so the vanilla, I didn't need to really measure it. I'm going to put in more cinnamon than this. Any idea what cookie I'm making? No, I don't know yet. So, and I don't know. And there's some good options in Discord. And I would love to also, I'd love to do at least one. I want to do more from the 108 Asian Cookies cookbook that I was doing last month. And I would love to do another one from there. I was thinking of one from there. We'll see if I can like pick and prep one in time. Because all the ones that I have flagged, I have to get at least one ingredient for. I don't have, most of them use at least one ingredient that I just don't have in the kitchen, which I like because that's more fun and sort of challenging. The book seems great. It does seem great. I'm very happy with it. I flagged so many recipes in it that I flagged a lot of recipes in it. And I want to make more of them. So I'm probably going to do that. 40 grams, so 80 grams worth of blueberries. Okay. Good. That's good. And I don't know yet. And I'm not going to know until I might try to do that. I might try to evaluate that before stream next week. But honestly, it's probably going to be a decision like Tuesday night after we do the Cookie Club drawing, when I'm like, all right, now I need to notify people and put the type. I try to put the link to the recipe or a link to the cookie that we're doing in the message to folks so that they know and can have like informed choice, you know? But I will, by the time I message the folks who win the Cookie Club drawing, which we haven't done yet, I will know. 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract. Okay, great. Kelly asks, what's been my favorite cookie made so far? Hard to say. I mean, I really loved the complicated one that we did in It was the cookie that was in September. I made it in September. It was for July and August winners. It was like caramel pecan toffee cookie that was just, it was complicated and also really, really delicious. What other ones have I liked? That was probably my personal favorite one. My son really liked the orange creamsicle one. The ones from last month were good. I actually think they got better as they were a little bit older. They were a sriracha sugar cookie, so they had some heat to them. We made a gochujang cookie maybe 2 years ago. What other ones were there? Oh, hold on. I think that was a plorp. Okay, this is just starting to boil. I think I had a plorp over here. I heard it. Pause. Reduce the heat to low and simmer partially covered 20 to 25 minutes. Okay, so where's the lid to this pot? There it is. I have to wrestle it out of the drawer. Okay, so this is, when it says heat to boiling, they mean rolling boil? Bring the milk, rice, and salt to a boil over high heat. It says bring to a boil, which to me means it should be doing a little more than it is right now. That's not the right color. That is about accurate. Caretaker, I haven't done much in Discord recently / ever. Y'all, I can be pretty bad at Discord if I'm being really honest. And y'all, I think you all know that. I haven't gone back to look at recipes in Discord in a little bit. I will be looking at it probably when I look at the cookie recipes again. Okay. It's funny because the white balance on this is really off. That's why it's a weird color. Okay, that is boiling. So we're going to turn that to low. I'm going to partially cover that. And we're going to come back over here and we're going to set a timer for 20 minutes. Great. Okay, 20-minute timer is going. Let's see, is this simmering? Yeah, that is at a low simmer. Very low simmer. Okay, so next step here is we're going to cook this for about 20 minutes. Mix the egg and sugar, temper with the hot cooked rice. Okay, add the egg mixture back into the pan. Okay. Then we reduce the heat to low and stir until thickened. All right, so this just has to cook for like 20 some minutes here. Sofa says, remember how the sun butter cookies had a slight green tint to them? I do remember that. They looked wild. They didn't have the tint the day that they were made, but like the next day I was like, are these moldy? What happened here? It was the baking soda reacting to acidity. What was the baking soda reacting to? I don't recall. It might have been reacting to the oil in the seed oil. I forget. But I saw a reel that purposefully used it for St. Patrick's Day. Okay, that is fascinating. As opposed to, that's like a natural way to dye something, I guess. That's kind of fun. I do think, yeah, it was the baking soda and it might have been the oil. I don't recall. Yeah, I don't recall exactly what the thing was that. Yeah, it was. I know it was the baking soda, but yeah, they turned green, and like a week after I made them, they were green. They were like solid green. The whole thing was green, and I had a little bit of a hard time squaring that with like my brain when I was like, oh, I'm going to eat one of these, and I was like, this is completely green. I think if you'd have presented them to me that way, and they're like, they're peanut butter cookies for St. Patrick's Day, I would have been like, oh, great, thank you. Just eating them. I don't think I would have thought about it any more than that. But because they weren't supposed to be that color, I was a little bit skeptical. Okay, so this is definitely boiling. Am I supposed to stir this? Stir frequently. Yup. Okay. To prevent the rice from sticking. Got it. Noted. Okay, so we'll stir this. The rice is not sticking currently, so that's good. I'm making rice pudding because I want to, not because there's any like specific reason. I'm making it because this morning when I was like, what am I cooking on stream today? I thought about doing a bunch of different things, and I was just literally looking in the cabinet and I saw the rice in there, and I was like, oh, rice pudding. So that's why we're doing it. We're gonna make cookies in just a little bit. I have this cookie dough. These are shortbread, salted chocolate chip shortbread cookies. I made these cookie logs on stream a while ago, and they've been in the freezer. So we're doing some freezer clean out today by making those cookies. That's how I'm arguing it to myself. And I'm not going to make. I was going to make 3. Did you know that emote is a picture of these cookies? That emote is literally a picture that I took. Not these cookies, but like this cookie, this salted chocolate chip shortbread cookie. I took a picture of it, and it is that emote. That is a previous version, it wasn't from these, but it is those cookies. So the cookies that we're making on stream today are the cookie emotes. Sofa says it was the oil reacting with the chlorophyll in the sunflower seeds. Wild. Persephone, I was making peanut butter cookies, but I was using sunflower seed butter. And what happened was the sunflower seed butter apparently reacts differently to baking soda than peanut butter does, according to SoFluff and her research. It's because the chlorophyll in them, in the sunflower seed butter. I wanted peanut butter cookies. I'd never made them, and I just wanted to try them. So I like made a version of them from what recipe did I use for that? I think I used the one from How to Cook Everything by Mark Bittman. I'm pretty sure. No, I used the 100 cookies recipe. Pause. Was it this one? I'll know it when I look at it, I'll know. Let's see. Yeah. I was going to say it was definitely this one because it's flagged as having been made. And I'm like, it's funny because when I look at a cookbook and I'm like, which have I made something from here recently? I always know because the pink, I use a pink Post-it note for recipes that I've made. And you can see on this cookbook that this particular pink Post-it is darker than the others. It just hasn't aged as much, or it hasn't weathered as much. as the others. Kind of funny. Tell me they're peanut butter that are green. I don't think it does that for peanut butter. Because I mean, this one calls for baking soda. I feel like if it did that for peanut butter, it would we would make peanut butter cookies differently. I was just following this recipe and just subbing 1-1 peanut butter for sunflower seed butter. I didn't have any other accommodations. I wonder if you could use baking powder instead of baking soda, if that would work. I didn't think about it. I also didn't look up any recipes for peanut butter, or I didn't look up any recipes for sunflower seed butter cookies prior. I just did a 1-to-1 substitution. So I bet you that there's information out there that's a little more specific to sunflower seed butter. All right, we got about 12 minutes left on the timer for that one. Yeah, so we've done some Cookie Club. That looked like the back of the book, and that was weird. My brain didn't like that one. We've done a bunch of Cookie Club cookies from this cookbook too. We did these thumbprint cookies. I would say these might be one of my favorite cookies that we've done for Cookie Club. These were I sent 4 cookies that month. Because these were very small, but these had they called for hazelnut flour. I used walnut flour instead. We've done these brownie cookies for Cookie Club. We did double chocolate cookies, crispy double chocolate cookies for Cookie Club. We did the thumbprints. We did these lemon sugar cookies. These were really good. They were really crispy. And they turned out really well. There's a couple pan banging ones. Oh, the banana poppy seed cookies. These were funny. They had freeze-dried bananas in them that you ground up into a powder, which I thought was fascinating. And also, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. They weren't my favorite because banana and cookie just doesn't line up in my head for some reason. Banana bread, yes. Cookies, not so much. These were interesting, the toasted sesame cookies, because these had a lot of sesame oil in them, and they're also they had a great texture because they had black sesame seeds and toasted white sesame seeds. S'mores cookies, we did those for Cookie Club. So we've done quite a bunch from this cookbook, the 100 Cookies cookbook. And this is sort of the next frontier of ones that I would like to just continue down the path of doing. The ones that I was considering are some spicy ginger chai cookies. We did a spicy-ish cookie last month. So I tagged all of these. We went through some of these previously, but I've tagged all of them now. Spicy ginger chai looked really good. The ones that I have flagged on the side are my Cookie Club potential. 3 times the amount of baking powder to replace baking soda to achieve the same leavening effect. It might make baked goods taste saltier and more acidic. Yeah, well, that's reasonable. I guess the lesson is to just expect your cookies to be green. There was another recipe. When I was looking at the beet cookie recipes, one of them noted that that baking soda changed the color of the cookies and made it browner, but that if you added a little bit of apple cider vinegar to it, it didn't do that. because one of the recipes had like a quarter teaspoon of apple cider vinegar, and I was like, I'm wondering in this moment if that would work for the sun butter. I'm guessing it probably would not, but it might. It might. I don't know. It also might make it taste vinegary, which in a beet cookie is kind of okay.
It's science, Bob. You're not supposed to understand it.
Okay.
Oh my god, I love it. I love it. It's science, Bob. Linda's so funny. Feral Terminator, welcome in. We were talking about meat earlier on stream. Funny you should ask. Or ask? You didn't ask. Funny comment. Pho cookies, or pho. These look really good. They have icing on them. And the flavors in here are fascinating. They look like a buttery sort of cookie that has what ends up being, I think, a dry icing, but they have cinnamon and cardamom and coriander, but they also have fish sauce and lime juice, lime zest, and basil. So this says you chill them in the freezer. Mix all it's so the icing for these is confectioner sugar, lime juice, and lime zest. That's it. You drizzle the glaze over the cookies or dip the tops of the cookies into the glaze. If you like, garnish the glazed cookies with minced thyme or basil leaves. Cookie tip: the dough can be made ahead, stored in an airtight container. Store the cookies in an airtight container. Okay, so I think this is because if I'm reading the ingredients here and like what's in the icing, it's literally just confectioner sugar and a liquid, which means that it will solidify again. So those look really good. Miso pistachio pudding cookies. Now these visually were probably my favorite of the options. A new ramen place that opened up. Fried chicken cutlet with curry over ramen and veggies. I love chicken katsu in a curry broth. I love chicken katsu. That's great. I love a new ramen spot. That's fun. I was gonna say congratulations, but that's not really a congratulations on eating in a new place. These have instant pistachio pudding, ground pistachios, baking powder, baking soda, butter, sugar, red miso, green food coloring, milk chocolate chips, shelled pistachios, cranberries, and cranberries. So visually, I kind of love these a lot because they're bright green. Like that is a fascinating looking cookie. Now it does have green food coloring, but it also has pistachios 3 different ways. This one also says variation, use the cookies to make ice cream sandwiches. So there we go. Okay, we're gonna stir this again. I keep stirring this skin, like the milk. The milk has like a little bit of skin on the top, and I keep stirring that back in. And now I'm waiting for the rice to what? Be tender? This is probably going to take 25 minutes. Yeah, I could go for some cookies. I'm making cookies today, but they're going to be from this log. I'm just waiting for that to thaw. Onoishi cookies. So these are basically like jam thumbprint cookies. So they're a sugar cookie. So you have butter, regular sugar, light brown sugar, yuzu juice, yuzu jam, and red miso. And then they have a jam filling, which is passion fruit and raspberries, And then they have a soy sauce glaze with confectioner sugar, yuzu, and soy sauce. So these also look like they might be a little bit delicate, but these look lovely. I would like to make these. If I don't make these for Cookie Club, I'm going to make these for myself at some point. Dan, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. 15 months. That's a long time. That's a long time. Are babies walking at 15 months? Are we there yet? I don't recall. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Hey, Darlene, did you know that commands work on YouTube now? I put some time over the weekend. If you're watching on YouTube, you can use any of the channel commands. So you can put in the YouTube chat, in the YouTube or the Twitch chat, if you put command meaning exclamation point, commands, the bot will spit back a list of all the commands that you have access to on stream that you can use, like you specifically as a user can use, like what permissions you have, what commands you have permissions to use. If you put command sounds, the bot will spit back a list of the sounds that you have permission to use. If you're a subscriber on Twitch, or if you're a member on YouTube, Tier 1 member on both Twitch and YouTube, you have access to sound commands as well. As well on YouTube, you can also add to any of the counters. So if the cats come around, if I say the word water, that type of thing, any of the counters that are on stream. I should make a thing that spits back like, oh, that's what I want to do. I want to do okay, that's what, there we go. I got it. I leave my notes for myself in the Discord. And also, if you do put a command, if you put a command on any platform, it will, if you put a counter command. So for example, Soflop, you just put command water in the Twitch chat. It also sends the updated message to YouTube. So that, you know, if you're on it, and if someone puts it in on the YouTube channel, it will send it to Twitch. Rimjob chart. What's the message count command? Command chat counter or command my chat counter. It doesn't do that. So it won't do the counter. It won't do the counter commands. If you put like, if you put a counter query like ash count, ob count, cat count, if you put a query because you just want to know information, it only returns the reply to the platform that you sent it on. So if you are in the YouTube vertical chat and you put like ash counter, it will only respond in the YouTube vertical chat. But if you put like command ash, it will put that response in all chats. Okay, hold on. What is the individual chat counter? My chat count. That's what it is. Okay. There you go. Yeah. 25,000 chats, Shart. That's not specifically to you. That is the stream minus the bots. So no bots are included in the chat counter. when you hit 500 chats, now that should work on YouTube as well. Yeah, Fudge Darling, I love counters and stuff like that. I think that they're fun. And it has, the bot has the ability to like keep databases of things like that. So for example, every command that's ever been used on stream, I could set it up to tell you as an individual how many times you as an individual have used that command. Because when I set the commands up, I always set them to keep track, even if I'm not using that data. Which is because I'm like, oh, I can, so I do.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
So okay, hold on. Rice is tender, so I'm just looking for tender rice. That's all. It is fun, and like, you know, for things like that, like there might be a time where I want to query that information. Now, for every 500 times you chat, that is also a Cookie Club entry, just for reference. That's why I started doing that. So I could use it for Cookie Club stuff. All right, we're going to try this rice. Yeah, that's tender. Okay, good. Okay, we're going to turn that off. In a small mixing bowl, whisk together the egg and brown sugar. Add half a cup of the hot rice mixture to the egg mixture, a tablespoon at a time, vigorously whisking to incorporate. Okay, so we're going to temper this now. Nine, welcome in. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. Jackbox party packs. Anything fun? Nine, were you playing anything in those games last time that was particularly notable? I feel like the Jackbox games are all the ones that are like a variety. There's like a variety of just different ones in there, right? Am I thinking of the right thing? Okay, so we are going to temper this, meaning we're going to add a little bit of the hot mixture to the there we go, to the sugar and egg. It says a tablespoon at a time, so we're going to add this is a quarter cup. So I have 4 tablespoons here. So we're just going to add this slowly, and we're going to whisk vigorously. Basically, so that we don't cook the egg right away. So that was a quarter cup. And we're going to add another quarter cup. And last time I did this, I added a lot more than the half cup that it calls for, because I got nervous about it. So I'm going to do that again this time. We're just going to add. We're going to temper this like a little more. Yeah, we don't want scrambled egg rice pudding. It's definitely not the goal. But this is warm. Trivia murder party. That sounds ominous. All right. So that's pretty good there. Add the egg mixture back into the pan. Reduce the heat to low and simmer until thickened, or about 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, so we're going to put that in the thing. I'm going to add this back into the pan, and I'm going to go ahead and just kind of whisk this in. So we've got sugar, everything's together in the pan now. Oh, nice. Nothing really. The only solid feeling thing in here is the rice, which is good. I'm going to put that back on the stove. And we're going to bring this to a simmer, about 160 degrees it says, until thickened. So thickened means like the back of a spoon, pudding style thick. Meaning like you pull the spoon out and it sticks to the back like a pudding. Which it is not yet because it hasn't thickened yet. So we're gonna get there. We will get there. If you're a subscriber, also the command sounds will list the sounds that are available to you. If you're a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, the command sounds will give you all of the sounds that you can play. Feel free to use those. There's some of them that I don't think have ever been played on stream.
Sugar, butter, flour, sugar, butter, flour.
Did you know that if you use a channel point command to redeem create a sound command, that you will, even if you are not a subscriber, be able to use that command. So within the bot, I have the capacity to set individuals to be able to use sounds, absent of their being a subscriber. Yeah, feel free to... Is the song Peaches the song Peaches and Cream? Sarah, it is not. It is the song Peaches by the President of the United States of America. Although, I kind of love that idea. Mix Phoenix Dog requested.
Moving to the country,
Yeah.
eat a lot of peaches.
Don't call me
Moving to
and
the
ask me,
country,
because I know what you're
eat
gonna do.
me a lot of
You're gonna
peaches.
think you just can't do it. You're gonna call me. But
Oh,
then
God.
you're gonna Google it.
So earlier in chat, when I put the note about adding sounds to their own specific cue, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about. Yes. I was talking about making sure that they don't play over each other.
That's hot.
All right, this feels pretty thick. And let's take the temperature here. What did it say? 160? Hold on. Let's see here. Yeah, I really need to do that with the sounds. I've actually been meaning to do that for a long time. 160. Yep. Oh, that's hot. Okay. All right. The pudding will thicken. Remove from heat. Stir in the vanilla, raisins, and cinnamon. All right. So we're at the end. This is ready for the vanilla. Oh, hold on. Let me get the angle right. Vanilla. Raisins, which in this case are blueberries. And cinnamon. And nutmeg. I'm adding nutmeg to this as well. I'm adding I added some nutmeg, so we got like double the spice in here. All right, so this is looking pretty good. Everything seems incorporated. And yeah, everything seems incorporated. So this is ready to cool down now. Now, I think I'm going to put this in, I'm just going to leave this in the pot. Can I leave this in the pot? I feel, actually, I'm going to put this in some containers. I'm going to put this in some containers because otherwise it's going to, I don't know. Otherwise it's going to what? I don't know. I just kind of want to put it in some containers. That's all. Because we're not going to eat all of it right now, and I'd rather just sort of like package it up. Maybe I'll let it cool down a little bit while it's in the pot here, like on the counter. We'll let it we'll let it come back down. Okay, so this looks good. We're ready to just let this cool. I'm gonna give it a stir, another couple stirs as we're moving through the afternoon here. But it should be pretty good. Hold on, I need to rinse this thermometer probe off. Yeah, there we go. All right. Man, remember when does anybody remember when that song Peaches by the Presidents of the United States of America was on the radio when it came out? I remember hearing that. That was a weird, it was just such a weird song. It was such a weird song, and I don't know. I feel like that like sort of alternative music from that time, it was just like odd. It was very odd to begin with. All right. So once this is a little bit cooler, I am going to put it in some larger kind of to-go containers, then pop it right in the fridge. Because I want this to cool down a lot. I like rice pudding to be cold. I don't love it. I don't love a warm pudding just in general. I guess I kind of do, but like not rice pudding. So when I eat this, I want this to be like chilled. Sorry, there were two other cookies that I wanted to show you from this book that I was we're considering. These are black sesame white chocolate cookies. Mike, welcome in. These look really, really good, and I was definitely, these are like top contender. And then the other ones, so these have butter, brown sugar, granulated sugar, flour, toasted black sesame seeds, black sesame paste, whiskey or maple syrup. It says Japanese whiskey. I would use Jim Beam. Red miso, white chocolate. So these are sesame chocolate, which sound amazing. And then Black Forest cookies, which I don't know if these would ship very well. I think they would. I think they would have to dry for a little bit. These are really chocolatey, like Black Forest cake. So Dutch processed cocoa powder, baking soda, butter, brown sugar, granulated sugar, red miso, Japanese whiskey, chocolate chips, chopped dried cherries. And then for the coating, it's cacao nibs, sugar, and then maraschino cherries. So you basically like melt the chocolate. Dust the cookies with confection sugar. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so these look amazing. These are probably these are the ones that I just loved, love the look of. These and the thumbprint cookies, if I don't make them for Cookie Club, I'm going to make these on stream anyway. Ty says, I wasn't alive until 2 years after this song was released. Oh my God, that makes me feel old. What year was the song released? 95? I was in 5th grade. I was in 5th or 6th grade, depending on which part of the year. So we have a lot of cookies, potential cookies. I'm excited about sort of all of them. But we're not going to cook those today. We're going to cook some of these salted chocolate chunk salted shortbread cookies. Sure, black sesame. I love sesame in general. I love the sesame cookies that I made for stream previously, and I'd love to do. I think those chocolate black sesame cookies are probably going to be the winners, but we'll see. Peaches came out around the same time as Tub Thumping by the band Chumbawamba, which I haven't thought of in a long time, along with the Sweater Song by the band Weezer off of the Blue album. Never even heard of the song. Valid. See, those were all sort of like songs that I taped to a cassette deck off the radio. You have the CD. Which one? The Chumbawamba CD? Did you steal it? They were telling people to steal it. They were like an anarchist band. I don't know how that worked out for them, but I know that at one point they were like, you should steal this album. I'm looking for the cookbook that these cookies came from, because I need to see what they are, what the baking temperature is for these. It sounds like a bad idea. Yeah, I mean, they were like, hey, you should, don't buy this album, you should steal it. And the record company was like, hey guys, can we sell it? Please? The other day, we were talking about the Sphere in Las Vegas, right? Have we heard of this? The place where the Backstreet Boys are playing. Anyway, I heard Metallica was doing a residency at the Sphere, and Gwen was like, do you want to go see Metallica at the Sphere? And I was like, hell no. I was like, I don't like Metallica. She was like, why? What do you have against Metallica? And I was like, well, they sued Napster. And she was like, what is wrong with you? And I was like, they just couldn't see that the music was going to live online in the future. They couldn't embrace it. They just were greedy about it. Anyway. I also did not steal the Chumbawamba album, for reference, just so we're clear. Although the statute of limitations would protect me from any sort of prosecution had I actually done that in 1995, I think. 350 degrees. Roll the logs in sugar. Right, I gotta roll these in sugar. I forgot about that. I'm glad I got that out. I was just gonna bake them. Hold on. I need to get. Oh God. This cabinet is fraught with stuff. I need to organize this cabinet again. That's what I really need to do. But we're not doing that today, and we're not doing that anytime soon. Me with Taylor Swift and her weird beef with Spotify, right? I was like, y'all, you know that people are going to be doing their music on the internet for the future, right? Like, why are y'all so salty about? Like, I get it, because people were literally stealing their songs, and there wasn't a mechanism that you could listen to music and pay for it at that point. So, like, I get it. I get why they were annoyed, because there wasn't a Spotify. But at the same time, I don't know. At the same time, I didn't like Metallica anyway, so. Yeah, 9. The current, obviously, like, the current model still supports a record company far more than the musician themselves. I get really frustrated now with music streaming services from exactly 9, to your point, the discovery process. Like, I feel like I listen to a lot of the same stuff regularly, And it's just like, it's hard. I don't know. But I also think back of like when I was listening to music on the radio, like there was gatekeeping on the radio, but like all my, like I guess I had a lot more friends that I talked to about music at that point in my life, you know, like when you're a teenager and you're like trading CDs and shit with your friends, which people don't do anymore, obviously. But you know, I just, it's weird because I'm like, if you don't go to a record store or like music store or like, I don't know, like how do y'all find new music? I love listening to new music. And I love listening to like stuff I've never heard of before, but I do think it's increasingly more difficult to like find stuff organically because I know that there are like things that you can just pay to promote your music and like it'll continue to put the shit in front of me until I click on it. I don't know. Ty says, my sisters told me about Napster and Livewire. So maybe Chumbawamba wanted to create the first online music service. I mean, it was definitely a, it was definitely a wild time for music. Like the Napster era, Napster, LimeWire, SoulSeek, getting into like torrents. I was really into torrenting things, which is, if you're not of a certain age, you're like, what is even that word that you're saying? YouTube music. Is that a good like good way to discover things? Amazon Music playlists. Okay, so see, the other thing I don't do, I don't listen to the like music service branded playlists. Like I won't listen to a Spotify curated playlist, the algorithmic one. I will listen to a playlist that is an editorial curation from Spotify because that is a human making that decision. Discover Weekly. Sure. Yeah. And that's like, if it's not curated by a human, I don't really want to listen to it. Like just straight up. I don't know. I am also, I have a really long history of like music snobbery and like, it's not even earned, right? It's just, I'm like, you know, if it's an algorithmic playlist on Spotify, that means that like a record company can just pay for a bunch of their songs to be on there. And like, that's not really what I want. I mean, they do that. They used to do that for the radio. I mean, Nine, to your point, you know, DJs are good. I do enjoy, I do enjoy a lot of Twitch DJs, like folks that are, you know, curating and playing songs on Twitch to that end. The K-pop movement is just too strong. You know, okay. I take back when I said I don't listen to algorithmic playlists. I did listen to one the other day that was like, no, it wasn't an algorithmic one. It was someone's actual. I looked up K-pop playlist. I was at the gym and I was like, I just need something right now. I don't want to think about it. And it was like, you know, the top K-pop songs of like the last quarter of 2025 through to today. That was like the name of the playlist. And I was like, sold. I clicked on it and I was just like, it was great. 90s and early 2000s music, so fluff. I've been in my sort of frustration at the discovery aspect of things. I've been reverting back to that, and I say reverting because I don't love listening to music that I listened to when I was like in high school. Some of it I do, I guess, but just not in general. I really, for a long time, I've tried to listen to like contemporary music as a basic practice, and I find it harder to do that now. I don't know. Ty, you can't do the K-pop. I mean, I don't pay attention to like specific artists or anything. I just it's good like music to work out to. Like if you're on the elliptical or like whatever, you're doing like you're a bike or something, you know. So I'm just like whatever. I just need something. Brush the outside of the logs with the beaten egg, roll them in the sugar, slice each log into 1/2 inch thick rounds, sprinkle with salt. Salt, right. I have historically forgotten the salt on these, and you know, first we have Sirius satellite radio. I feel like satellite radio has a lot of options, right? Like I would probably listen to that if I had access to it. I don't. The nostalgia helps the mental health. That's also, that's right. That's valid. That is exceedingly valid. Something familiar to enjoy. Wait, no. What's the order of this? Egg, sugar, cut, sheet pan, salt. Okay. Upbeat music with lyrics I don't understand. Sure. Yeah, exactly. That's why I love listening. I love listening to like Latin music. I don't have like specific favorite artists, but like anything from South America that's in Spanish that I don't, Spanish or Portuguese or whatever, that I just don't understand is great. If it's got a good beat to it, I'm all in. A lot of EDM. I do listen to a lot of DJs on Twitch and a lot of like house music. But again, like I don't know the specific artists that I'm listening to. Like sometimes whoever's, you know, spinning will say what it is, but often they just, you know, don't. And that's fine because whatever. But I'll occasionally be listening to a DJ on Twitch and I'll like either ask in chat or more likely I'll just Shazam this, like use the Shazam app and like look up the song for myself. NPR and podcasts. In the car, I haven't listened to podcasts in a little while. I had a long period of like podcast listening, but I was listening to a lot of like news podcasts, and I think I needed to stop that for my like mental health. Because I was like, it was just like spiraling constantly, and I can do that all on my own. I do that plenty when I just like literally read the news. What do I listen to in the car? I do love listening to books. But music, if I'm in the car, I tend to just put on a playlist that I've made. I do make playlists pretty regularly. So I have a lot of my own sort of playlists that I've curated that I don't like share them with anyone, but I do listen to a lot of things that I've just put together myself. All right, we're slicing some cookies here. Now, I didn't really have any reason to make these today. I didn't make these today. I mean, I didn't make the dough today. I'm just baking them today. I guess the reason is I wanted them. That's why. Because I saw them in the freezer when I was looking around for something to do, or something. I was like, what am I making on stream today? And I landed on these cookies. And so here they are. These are salted butter and chocolate chunk shortbread cookies. They are, in fact, if you use the cookie emote in chat, they are those cookies. The cookie emote is a picture of a previous cookie that I had made. a while ago. A while ago. It was not recent. But we're just kind of forming I'm forming a separate cookie right here because of all the scraps. They all kind of stick together, and I can just kind of make them like that. Not and Getty, welcome in. So we have one tray here. I'm just going to bake these, and then we'll bake the second tray. Or actually, I'll just bake. I'll make 2 trays. I was going to say I'll take these out and then let them cool. But they bake for about 12 to 15 minutes, so not that long. I do need to put salt on these, though. In the past, I have forgotten to put salt on these, and they are not as good. They're very much not as good. Like, they're quite a different cookie with the salt on them. I remember I made them, the second time I ever made these cookies was when my dad was coming for a visit, and I forgot to put the salt in them. I, in fact, forgot to put the sugar on them, too, on the outside. So they were a little bland, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with them. I was like, these don't taste right. Like, something's weird. And I only figured it out, like, I figured it out after he'd left. I didn't think about it in real time. But I have since made them at least once or twice more and forgotten the salt. So it's something where I'm unlikely to forget the salt again on these because I've forgotten it a couple times, and I know how bad they are without them. They're not bad, let's be clear. They're still delicious cookies, but they're, unsalted and not as delightful. But here they are going into the oven. They look like this when they're uncooked. And not gonna lie, they kind of look like this when they're cooked too, because they're shortbread cookies. They're not gonna spread. They're just gonna cook exactly like they are. And right, we're gonna put those in for 12 minutes. I think I am gonna use the same pan so I don't have to dirty 2 pans here. So we're gonna package up the rice pudding while these are cooking. And then I'm gonna get out another pan anyway and use it. You know what? Okay, no, I'm just gonna use the second pan. Because what'll happen is I'll get those out and then I'll be like, oh, but they have to stay on the tray for a while. And then I'll be frustrated about it. So I'm just going to make a second tray. And you know what? We'll just go ahead and wash both mats. And it's okay. Because I can cut these now. I'm like in the process of making them, And then I'll pack. Let me stir this rice pudding first. Give it a little like, little stir here. It is thickening up, and it'll thicken a lot more when it cools. But I'm scraping the sides off so it doesn't get like dry and crumbly around the edges here. There we go. Kind of making sure everything stays incorporated. Give them the old razzle dazzle. Was that from Chicago? What show is that from? Oh, okay. To be fair, I do listen to a lot of show tunes. Show tunes are one of my top listened to things for like working out in general. Like, y'all, so the other day, I saw a bear. No, I did, but not that kind of bear. Non sequitur. The other day I was on some machine. I forget. It was some like cardio machine. I think it was the elliptical. Anyway, I was listening. A bear ass. No, just a man at the gym that I thought was a bear. There's some giveaways, Anyway, it's as I discuss listening to show tunes on the elliptical. Anyway, I was listening to Hairspray. Y'all know the show Hairspray. That show, bangers, start to finish. Like every song in that show is so good. I don't think I realized that. I was like listening to it and I was like, damn. And like the next song came on and I was like, damn. It was like the Vince McMahon meme where he's like getting progressively more excited over something. You know the one. And like he's like falling out of his chair in the last one. That it was like that, except I was listening to Hairspray. They really are, right? Like it's so good. The whole show is so good. And I don't remember why I put it on. It was like one of the songs was on a playlist I was listening to. And then I was like, oh, let me just put this album on and like see if this is as good as I remember. And it is. It was in fact better than I remember. Other shows that are very good for that. Let's see. What was the one with the... I don't remember the name of the show. Hold on. Now it's going to bother me. It's going to bother me if I don't look it up. Dear Evan Hansen? Yeah, Dear Evan Hansen. That show. That show is very good in terms of like poppy and like boisterous music. It's not good for if you have an issue with like crying in public spaces. When I listen to that show sometimes I like tear up and get like very emotional and I'm like, oh right, you're literally on the treadmill, like please stop. Please, like get a hold of yourself. Oh my God, Persephone, the original, the Broadway show is good. The movie was great. They did the movie really did it justice. I totally agree with you. And I love, I forget which one Nathan Lane is in, but he's very good in that one. Yeah. All right. So these are good. I got, remember to put the salt on. I'm going to put the salt on the tray. I'm so anxious about the salt all the time with these cookies. It's so silly because like, I don't know. The salt is in the title of the cookie though. You can't not have it. You can. But it doesn't work so good. All right. These do get crumbly though. If they store really well in the freezer, like you can keep them for a really long time, but they do get a little crumbly, which is fine because they also squish back together just fine. So I'm going to take these like crumbles here and mash them back in with the rest of the cookies on the sheet pan. And then we'll salt them. All right, is this enough for another whole cookie? I think it is. It definitely is. Okay. Do I have a really small, what's the smallest one of these? Perfect. So I'm going to use a biscuit cutter, and we're going to put the cookie dough inside of the biscuit cutter. And We're just gonna mash it in like that. And that will be its own little cookie. Beautiful. That one's probably going to be the best one, honestly. If something says they're salted, I want to be assaulted by salt. That is, yes, true. And we're using like sea salt, like flaky Malden brand sea salt on here. So they are salty. The flaky sea salt is like the sort of definition of extremely salty. I love it. I'm always a little cautious with it because I do know that it's way more aggressive than like kosher salt. And when you're adding it, when you're adding it to like to top a dish, it can get to be quite a bit. For these cookies are like pure butter anyway. And I don't remember if I used salted or unsalted butter for these. I think it calls for salted butter. So these are already, does it call for salted butter? It does. It calls for salted butter to begin with. So these are already a little salty. All right. So those are good. This tray is ready. I have the tray in the oven. I had it in there for 12 minutes, so it's not quite, I don't think it's going to be quite finished at 12. Usually things take a little longer. I do have my oven set at exactly 350, so we'll see. I'll take a look at these when they are at 12 minutes. I'm not seeing 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. I'm not quite seeing it as ready to go yet, but still 2 minutes to go. So who knows? We'll find out in 2 minutes and a bunch of seconds. Okay, let's package up this or put this rice pudding in some containers now. It's cool enough, and it's definitely started to get a bit solid. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to do this. This will be fun. Instead of having one big container, we're going to do these in little containers, like single serving containers, so that Calvin, who likes rice pudding, can just get like a serving of this and take a container out of the fridge and just eat a container of it. And I'll just stack those up in the fridge and it'll just be like rice pudding in the fridge. All right. Yeah, let's do that. So this said there were there should be about six to eight servings in here. Yeah, let's just get like, hold on, I'm gonna get a couple of these containers. I'm gonna get a couple of these lined up if I'm gonna do the whole pouring thing. So there's six containers. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right. Those are about 6 roughly equal servings. We got not quite a serving left in here. So let's weigh these. And we're going to add to these as they need. So which one of these is the smallest? Okay, timer's up on those cookies. 3 minutes is the most they would take. Take a look. No, those are definitely not finished yet. So I'll leave those in the oven for just another 3 minutes. 185, 214, 199, 225. 213. Okay, so these are equal. 181. 185. Okay, so we're going to add that. What's the most? 225. Let's make all of these 225. If I can. Close enough to 225 that they're all roughly equal. Okay. Great. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mostly equal servings of rice pudding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. I'll pop those in the fridge. That is great. Now I have a little bit left in the pot here. So in the moments that we have between getting these cookies out of the oven, we're going to try this. Put this back in. Okay. I'm going to give this a try because I've got like 2 bites here in the pot. So how is the rice pudding? It's a little warm still. Oh, that's really good. With the blueberries in there. Beautiful. That turned out really well. I'm glad I added nutmeg to this. I'm going to write that on the recipe, actually. Let me make a note on the recipe itself. Pen. There's a pen. Okay. So timer just went off. Let's get cookies. Teaspoon nutmeg. Raisins or blueberries. All right. Okay, these are finished. So we're going to get these out. Now, see if you can tell which of these 2 trays is cooked. Because they look pretty much exactly the same. They look pretty much exactly the same. So which of these? This one? This one? I'll give you a hint. It's the one I'm holding with an oven mitt. So these are fully cooked. Here we go. These are fully cooked. And these are not at all cooked. Fun. All right, let's pop these in the oven. We're going to do these for 15 minutes straight away because the other ones took 15. So why not? All right, are these finished? Yeah, they're finished when they're just starting to get brown around the feet. So they don't really change color all that much. They look less glistening. Like they just look like they have less egg on them because it's soaked in. and they get brown just around the edges of the base of the cookie. Really, that's the only difference. The most significant visual difference, anyway. Yeah, more matte colored or textured. That's a good phrasing. And these are soft because they're shortbread. So these need to cool down for a good like 15, 20 minutes before they can actually be eaten. So that is good. We're gonna move these off to the side. You know, this cat from earlier in stream, when like right at the beginning of stream, Elsie was here and chasing flies around. She is still here. She did not move really at all. She's been sitting on the chair, like right on the other side of the counter here. And she's asleep right now. Yeah, she's completely asleep. But I'm sort of, I keep looking over and she's still there. And I'm like, she's been there the entire time. She was here earlier, like right first thing in the stream, chasing a fly around. And I was like, oh, she wants to be nearby. No, she was hunting. She didn't actually want to be nearby. But now that she has chosen to be nearby, she is still just there, and it's very cute. And as much as I want to like disturb her and, you know, tussle her fur, I'm not going to. I think I started talking about her. Now she's adjusting. If she gets up, if she gets up to leave, I'm gonna grab her and make her say bye. Okay, we're going to let me look through. So here's what we're gonna do next. We have a recipe to test today. I should also note I have a hard stop today before karate. I'm taking Calvin to karate tonight, so today's going to be a little bit abbreviated from like the normal stream end time. So as we get closer to like 5 p.m., sometime between 5 and 5:30 is when I'm probably going to end stream. It might end before then. I don't know. We'll know when it happens because we'll raid somewhere. But I do need to test a recipe today. So this is the one that I started writing last week. This being the one pan lemon chicken orzo recipe. The family liked this one. They were actually very receptive to it, which I wasn't surprised about, but I was like, I wasn't sure because feta can be a good flavor or it can be overwhelming. I don't think it was very overwhelming in this dish. Calvin said that he didn't like it as much. He was like, oh, I don't really love the big chunks of feta. So we're trying something different today. Because I want to be able to write some steps in this that have that use different ingredients too, using a different kind of feta, and we're going to make it with peas because the knock on this one was that there wasn't like a vegetable in it. He was basically my family was like, there's no vegetable in this. And I was like, well, there's dill. And they were like, well, yeah, but like there's no, and usually they're like, oh, there's too many vegetables in here. For some reason, this one the feedback for this one was there's not enough vegetables. So going to try to make this with peas today. Not sure where in the process to put the peas, but I have a good idea. It's probably going to change the timing a little bit of it. So I want to like note what that difference is. Also, the other difference that I'm trying today is we're going to use a pre-crumbled feta instead of the block. So last time I used like a big block of feta that I just crumbled by hand, which I personally love because it's a little bit larger and I wanted the chunks in there. But Calvin didn't love the chunks. And so I'm going to see, again, for the sake of science, if there is a difference when I use the pre-crumbled, like feta crumbles, essentially. Because also it's easier. Like just straight up, they're already crumbled. You can just open the container and dump them in as opposed to like getting your hands dirty. You know what I mean? Which is not, it's not like a huge meaningful difference. I think the biggest difference is the crumbles are drier. I can see how the lemon would go well with feta. Persephone, it's the sort of the inspiration, I guess, was like something vaguely Mediterranean, right? So feta, lemon, dill, chicken. We're like some sour cream short of a tzatziki sauce here. It's very, very. I like the flavors. There's a lot of sour in this one. Lemon and feta are obviously both a little bit tangy. Well, feta's more tangy. Lemon is a little more sour. But I think the crumbles are drier, and I don't. To your point, usually use the crumbles. Persephone says the blocks kind of scare me. It's not silly. No. I think the crumbles are very accessible. It's like also again, it just like it cuts like a couple minutes of time down. It cuts washing your hands, like it cuts the prep time down. And now does it do that meaningfully? Not really. I just want to see what the difference is because, as I said, the feedback from last week was that the chunks were too big. It was like there was too many big chunks of cheese in here, and I was like, okay, like how do we accommodate that while still having the cheese in there? Use smaller chunks, and I could either do that by hand, but I want to try it with some different ingredients. Basically, same process. Everything else is the same except the cheese is a different version of the same cheese, and then I'm adding peas to it. I think I'm going to add the peas. So basically with this one, you cook the risotto. You cook the orzo in a pan. Use this like a big skillet style pan, and you brown the orzo, then you add liquid and you cook the orzo. And I think what I'm going to do is add the peas still frozen right at the tail end of the cooking so that they thaw, but you're basically blanching them because they're peas. Like they don't require a lot to heat through, and you don't need to cook them. They're not like, you can eat them raw, frozen out of the bag. So I think I'm just going to add them sort of like what I do when I add peas to to macaroni and cheese, like boxed mac and cheese. Like as it's boiling, I just dump them in the boiling water and then just drain it all at once. Except this version, we're not draining the peas. So what we're looking for is what I'm looking for when I add the peas is, do they meaningfully change how much liquid is in the pan at the end? Basically, the first time I did this, I used 3 cups of water. I'm going to cut that down to like 2 3/4 cups. So I'm just taking a 1/4 cup of water out of the equation here. And I'm adding some peas. I think the peas are going to give off a little bit of liquid because they're frozen. But I'm not sure. But it was just a little bit too liquidy last time. And I think that also contributed to like a little bit of the distaste that Calvin had. I don't know. Broccoli would be a nice addition. Yes. Broccoli like chopped up, like fine chopped. I think the difference is if it was broccoli, like raw broccoli, I would want to cook that first. With the peas, I just want them to be thawed. I'm not worried about them having to be cooked and like get chewier. I think corn would be good in here too. Like basically any pre-bagged frozen vegetable chopped up, you could probably do the same process. So that's my thought. I'm not going to thaw them either because I hate when recipes have a frozen vegetable in them that you have to thaw. Because I'm like, that sort of to me, that defeats the point of using the frozen vegetable in the first place. Like, I don't want to thaw these peas. I got them, they're in the freezer. Like, I'm going to get them out and just put them in the thing. Yeah, they don't need a lot of cooking time. Again, back to my point, you can literally eat them frozen out just as they are. You don't even need to thaw them at all. Whenever Calvin's sitting here on his iPad and hanging out in the kitchen, every once in a while I'll just like get a vegetable like peas or corn out of the freezer and put them in like a little cup. I'll basically like fill one of these ramekins with like frozen peas or corn, and I'll just like slide it over to him. I won't even say anything and he'll just eat them. He will mindlessly eat them. So life hack for your kids who are gaming. You can get them to eat whatever if you just put it in front of them, and it's something they can just kind of paw up. So I'm going to put these cookies on the rack now because they are cooled enough that I can just give them like a little twist and they come up. They're not so cool that they are completely firm yet. I feel a little bit of give here, but they've been on the rack, or they've been on this. They've been resting on the sheet pan now for a little over 10 minutes, so they're sort of ready to go. If I was using the same sheet pan to cook these, this is when I would have taken them off. So we're going to try one of these as well in just a moment. Now this one is a little stuck, so we need to get some assistance. There we go. Beautiful. Now when these next cookies are finished, before we start with the dinner process, we're going to take a little break. We're going to run some advertisement on Twitch. We're going to play a game of words on stream, at least one. And I'm going to triage the dishes in the sink because there's a few dishes in there that I need for measuring things for dinner. So we're going to do that coming up here. Basically, once I get these other cookies out of the oven and we try one, I'm going to be able to wash the sheet pan, the silicone mats at that point. That's the goal. Okay, but these look good. Again, I didn't really have a point to making these today. They're not for anything. I suppose these are like I suppose these are like good luck cookies. Because as I am like planning to go to Toronto for a little bit, and Gwen is full on parenting for like a bunch of days, I figured maybe have some of her favorite cookies in the house. I did have that in mind when I was like, what kind of cookies could I make today? I was like, oh, these are in the freezer, and she likes them, and it would be nice to have some cookies available. All right, these are just about finished in here. Time is ticking down to 0 right now. So let's get those out. Let me get those out, and then we'll get them off the rack here quicker than the last ones. So these have been in the oven for 15 minutes, and they are finished. All right. Do I need the oven for anything else? No, I can turn the oven off. Okay, oven is off. And I'll turn the light off too as a visual indicator that the oven is in fact off. Persephone asked, do you feel that the silicone mats are better than those copper baking mats? Are there any advantages or disadvantages using either? Well, I have never, like, I'll start by saying that I've never used the copper baking mats. I would guess that the copper mats conduct heat really well, and that the copper, I'm again fully guessing here, that they probably create a more burnt bottom to the thing, to whatever it is you're baking on there. The silicone mats conduct heat pretty well. I know with cookies in general, when you're using the silicone mats, they tend to spread a bit more on here because they get hot. I'm assuming that the copper ones would be basically the same thing, that they would be maybe even hotter. I don't know. What are the copper baking mats like a mat? Like a pliable mat? Like these I can roll up. I mean, copper, I know, is sort of a hard metal. I've never tried one before. I'm curious. I don't think I've ever heard of that before, but also I'm not, steeped in the kitchen industry in that way. They're like woven copper mats. Okay, so they have like copper fibers in them, is what I'm assuming then. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing that they just conduct heat better. So if you're like roasting something like a vegetable, you would probably get a bit more char Maillard reaction on the bottoms, as opposed to, say, using like parchment paper. I kind of love using the silicone mats because of how they tend to melt things a little bit. For example, the garlic cookies that I was working on previously are very thin, and I want them to spread a lot when I'm baking them, to the point where they're like as thin as possible. And I tried making them on the parchment paper, and they did not spread as much as they did on here. And I'm guessing that on a copper pan or a copper mat, they probably spread even more. All right, pop that in the dish pan. And we got all of my dishes ready to go, which is great. All right, let me warm this. Let me warm up the water here. So I've got some dish ready water, and these cookies are good. We're completely finished. We have a whole drying rack, or a whole cooling rack. Drying rack? I guess they're the same thing. Do y'all call these drying racks or cooling racks of cookies? But these are ready to go. Let me pick the most perfect looking one. This one probably looks the best of all of these. Hold on. I want the water to warm up, but I don't want it to be running the whole time I'm doing this. Where are we? Almost. Feeling warmer. The water in my house takes so long to warm up at any of the faucets. It's like a full minute before it's even starting to be warm. Kind of annoying. I want one of those. I'd love one of those like instant, like on-demand water heaters that lives under the sink. I've been to some Airbnbs and like rental places that have those, and they seem really nice. They seem really convenient, and they definitely save water. That's for sure. I don't I don't love having to run the water to get it to be hot. All right, well, there it is. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna fill the dishpan while I'm trying these cookies. And then we're gonna revert to dinner. Not revert. Then we're gonna move along to making dinner. Actually, then we're gonna do some dishes. All right. This is these are the salted chocolate shortbread cookies. If you're interested in a visual, they're on screen right now and will be for another moment here. And this is you have the sides, the sugar around the sides. The bottom is browned but not burnt. And the top is salty. And I love the cross section of chocolate chips in these. That's probably my favorite part of them. And the inside, so I'll crack these open. That's what the inside looks like. They're shortbread, so they're they're soft right now because they're warm, but they are, they're almost indistinguishable from when they're raw dough. But they're cooked. They're warm throughout. The salt is the differentiator on here. There's no, if you forget the salt on here, just throw them in the trash. Not really, don't do that. That'd be a bad idea. Those are super good though. It was so satisfying. Yeah, these, once, like tomorrow, these will be solid. They'll be crispy. Not crispy, they'll be firm throughout, but they're still warm on the inside, so they're very satisfying. I'm gonna have another one. This one's small. It doesn't really match with the others. In a few minutes, my son is gonna be home. That might have been him texting me. It was. Hold on. Hold on. The child requires coordination. Hold on. Is done and come over. Oh. Okay. Calvin asked me to ask you. Ha ha. Laughy face emoji. Okay. I texted them. It's okay with me. It's okay with me. You need him home earlier. Okay. Well, we will have children in the house. One of them is mine. The other one was not. The one who's not, he's not going to be on stream. So sorry. I just had a little coordination that needed to happen there as the intermediary to my child's vibrant social life. All right. The recipe is the recipe in the Discord? I forget. Lady Lyra, welcome in. Hello. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Chocolate chunk, shortbread, cookies. Hold on. Let me see if these are on. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. If you want the recipe, I will post it in the recipes channel of the Discord right now. I just found it. Okay, there it is. It's in the recipes channel on Discord. For anybody who wants it, that is the exact recipe that I made. No substitutions. Okay. Parenting. Yeah, his friend Calvin texted me and was like, my friend's watch died. Can you text his parents to see if he can come over until like 4:45, and also can he come over until like 4:45? And I was like, a lot wrapped up in that one, kid, but sure, I'll do both of those things. And mercifully, the kid's parents texted me back immediately. So they do have more of a social life. Yeah, he's up, he's texting all the time. The other day he had 300 notifications on his phone, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? What is wrong? What is happening? Is there an emergency? I don't know. You put the 2 logs still in the freezer. Well, you know, I could probably, I wonder if I could mail those. They wouldn't mail very well. I'd have to probably pack them in dry ice, right? Text me if you need him earlier. Okay, we're good. Hold on. Okay, okay, we're good. We're settled. All right, we're going to play a game of words on stream here real quick. If you're watching on Twitch and you want to hear what is being said during this period of time, and you're not a subscriber, if you're a subscriber, you're not going to get an ad. If you are a subscriber, you're not going to get an ad. If you are not a subscriber, you will get an ad. But if you want to hear what I'm saying during that time, which will probably not be anything of great importance, you can go head over to the YouTube stream where you will not get an ad. There's a link to that in chat. Oh, also I updated a bunch of buttons on the Stream Deck. So now when I put one of these commands in, it just pops up and doesn't like send a command. Anyway, what else was I going to say? Right. Okay. So if you are watching on Twitch, we're going to play a game of words on stream during the ad break. Words on stream is a word guessing game, very similar to Scrabble, where you type the words that you see in chat into the chat, or there'll be, hold on, let me just show you. This is easier to, this is an illustrative visual example here. There are words at the top. There are letters at the top of the screen. You type those into the chat box to form words. 9 of 12 says it is an anagram game. It is in fact that, which is different than an ambigram with a B, which is a word that is depicted artistically that can be read both forward and backward when you turn it upside down. Anyway, John Langdon is probably the most famous ambigram artist in the world and is lives in Philadelphia. Anyway, that was a total aside that nobody asked for or needed to know. Where was I going with that? Right, an ad. Okay, during the ad break, I'm going to show you all the sync. Look at that. The camera is working. It still works. The camera did not turn itself off. Oh my God. Oh my God. The camera is half the resolution that it used to be though. So, you know, good things come at a cost. I was trying to help you abbreviate the description. 9, if you give me more information than I had before, I will proceed in that direction. All right, we're running an ad on Twitch. Here is the YouTube link once again. If you're on YouTube, just hang out for a few minutes. You can hear me ramble. And then we're going to be right back. Here comes an ad. Here comes a game of words on stream. Probably 2, possibly 3. All right. There it goes. There's your ad. All right. Hey guys, how's it going? Not much. I am live, so I would prefer not, because he's not related to me. Just like yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. However, you can have some cookies if you want them. I made cookies. Salted chocolate chunk. They're not beets, although you can have some beet cookies if you want. There's the beet cookies are still very much available if you'd like those.
Yes, that's okay. Are these raw?
No, those are shortbread, so they're warm.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah.
I love when you make them in that style.
They're warm, and they will get more solid.
I was gonna go on.
The camera is over. The only camera that's on right now is the one at the sink. So yeah, eventually I'm going to turn that. Like in a couple minutes, I'm running an ad right now, so I'm like, there's words on stream going, and
Well, I want to play while the camera's not on me.
no, please don't.
Okay.
I'd prefer you just not do that in this moment. Cal, I also made rice pudding today.
Ooh.
For later. It's in the fridge, cooling. Has to cool down a little bit. And then I'm gonna make that feta lemon chicken pasta again for dinner right now before karate. I'm just like giving you the heads up of like what's happening. Okay. Hey, there's a board. Good job. All right. But I'm doing some dishes.
NBA. That doesn't.
No, that's a acronym. Has to be a word. Has to be a word.
What is it?
Save some of those for your mother, okay?
Bagel.
There's a.
Oh,
You ever play Scrabble? That's basically what this is. All right. I'm gonna do some dishes. The ads are still going, almost finished. But I'm gonna do my measuring cups at least here.
Bling. Oh, never mind.
It's over!
All right. Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. I know that no one likes the ad breaks. And I don't particularly like them either, but we run them because we have to and because I make money off of them. So thank you for your patience during that time. We have a couple guesses left here for this round of Words on Stream.
Bean.
Go ahead and get them in chat. It's a good time to get your first time chat in, either of the day or lifetime if you're new to the stream. When we come back, we'll be back in just a few minutes here. I'm probably going to play one more game of words. It looks like, I'm still working on the dishes, so we might play one more, but we also might get there with this one.
Bean.
We got 2 left. 2 words left. Calvin says bean.
B-E-A-N.
Bean? I don't know if anyone put bean in chat already. It seems like they already did. Unclear.
I love that.
Last guesses. All right. We only have a few dishes left here. Can we do one more? Can we do one more game? Would that be okay? Would that be okay? Cal, do you want to set that up? Chrome.
Right-handed mouse.
It's the same mouse it was last time. Left-handed mouse. Chrome on the bottom right, all the way on the bottom right, all the way. Oh, there you go. Yep, there it is. Click that, and then click continue. All right, we're gonna do one more game so I can finish the dishes that are in the sink I'm still getting down to the actual dishes that I need, which are all the way at the bottom here.
I'm moving that thing again, Dad.
Okay. And when this is over, are you? I would like you to vacate if that's.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, just making sure. Because not only are you here with a friend, you're also wearing a school shirt that I don't want you to say or be seen in.
Goggles. Oh,
Gargamel?
no, goggles. Like goggles, but without the oil.
Boy. Okay.
Oil and yo.
Yeah, those are not 4 letters. They got to be at least 4 letters.
Here. Can people hear me if they're on my phone?
Can people hear you? Probably not.
Oh, the D is. The D is a dead letter, whatever it's called.
Fake letter?
Fake.
Yeah. No, I don't know if folks can hear you. Soflip says they can. They can hear you. Yeah. So yes, you can be heard.
That's good. I love attention.
I know. I know. All right. Almost finished. I'm just doing all the dishes here, or not all of them. I'm actually not going to do the. I'm not going to do the pastry mats.
I have something to talk about today.
Okay. Okay. Darlene, on YouTube, you can hear it good. Okay. Well, that's good to know.
They don't have messages, so I have to be downloading an app called TikTok.
You have to download an app called TikTok. What the hell is that?
I don't know.
That's not a real thing. You just screwing with me. Yeah, messing with me. Okay.
Did I do it again?
No. No, we're good. We're good. Okay.
Can you show them the popsicle and the thingy that I won at the arcade?
Okay. Yes, I will. Whoa, hold on. We don't want to do that. Don't put anything in. Hold on.
We're putting on another thing.
No, I'm not. I'm going. Hold on. I just didn't hit the. I didn't hit the button in time. Oh, the camera messed up too. Good Lord. Okay.
Everything is going wrong.
Yeah, that's valid. AJ, can you take a step on the other side of that counter? Because
They can probably see. Can
Yeah.
they see me right now?
No, you can't. The edge of the counter. So the camera can see here to Mario. So basically, like the edge of this chair.
So like right
Can't be seen.
now, they can just barely see my hand.
Correct.
Hello.
Correct.
Hi everyone. People, persons.
Yes. Calvin says hi. Calvin's friend says hi. Calvin.
People and persons,
Does he say hi? I don't know.
everything.
Are you saying hi? Okay.
Everything.
Calvin wants you to
everyone
see this thing that he got out of the little game machine
else. I don't know.
yesterday. It's a
Claw machine.
keychain. And it has a little orange in it. And it's very cute. It is very cute.
I'm gonna
Cool.
take this to the sink.
Okay. So,
I don't think they can see me to put this to be safe.
no, okay. You don't need to, you just move along.
I did it!
You're testing the limits. Testing the limits.
I was about to go like right here.
Yeah,
and I
don't.
didn't.
Okay. It is fun. That was a neat little
This one,
thing.
this one too.
Okay, hold on. I have to show the other keychain. Can I make dinner?
Yeah.
All right.
Fine, you can make things for me to eat.
This is the other one. It's a little,
Snow globe kind of thing.
it's like a little, this.
Lollipop?
Yeah, lollipop, snow globe. It has glitter in it.
And look, on the end of the like keychain part, it has a little music note.
Yes, and it's important to note that it has a music note as well. Okay. Are we satisfied?
Yeah.
All right.
I
Okay, good. All right. What are you all going to get up to? Okay. All right. I'm gonna make dinner.
My answer is
Now, dinner is I need to the printer. We don't have a printer anymore, so we need to
we don't.
no, the printer broke.
You can use ours.
I would love to. I need to not. I need to have a just a graphic
Salute to
printer
the
here.
printer. It was a terrible friend.
It was a terrible. The printer was a terrible friend. Yes. Okay. Out of the kitchen.
Out of the room. Yes, sir.
Skedaddle. Because otherwise you're just going to keep chirping at me from just off camera, and it's distracting, frankly.
I'm gonna catnap you.
I catastrophe. I broke the little door off of it. I knew that I was not going to use it anymore. It hasn't worked for a couple months now. He is excited to show off the prizes. This is true. But I was like, I don't want, during when they came in while I was washing the dishes, I was like, I don't want you to be on stream. Because like if your friend is here, like your friend can't, I don't want your friend, your other 5th grade friend to be like on the internet here. I don't mind if he is, because he's my kid. But other people's kids, I'm all set. Okay, so let's look at our recipe here. It was a cheap HP printer, and you're right. It was easily a decade old. So I'm not upset about it. I just, yeah, it had a paper jam. There was no paper. There wasn't even any paper in the printer. It had a paper jam for like 4 months. It would work, and then it wouldn't work, and it made awful noises, and I'm like, I'm done. We're good. Like I can't do this anymore. So we're just gonna get a really crappy bargain, whatever the literal cheapest printer I can buy is, because I only use it to print recipes. Like I use it to print black and white single page documents. Like that's it. I don't print anything else on it. So I don't need a complex inkjet whatever. I'd love like a laser printer, but that's the other end of the expense spectrum. Okay, so we're making a 1-pan lemon chicken orzo. Let's get out our ingredients. Ingredients are 2.5 cups of rotisserie chicken. So Calvin's note on this chicken last time was that it wasn't seasoned. Gwen also echoed the fact that it wasn't really seasoned that well, which fair and valid, and it wasn't. So before I get into this, I'm going to take this chicken. Now I am calling for a rotisserie chicken here in this recipe, meaning that it will be really pretty heavily seasoned. This chicken I made and roasted myself, so it's a little less seasoned than what we would get if we were using like a grocery store rotisserie chicken. So valid criticism. I'm going to mix this up with a little bit, just put a little salt in here before I even get started, because this is the right amount of chicken. The last time I did this, I separated the chicken from I roasted a whole chicken and I used half of it. I used half in the test batch, the first test batch that I made. I'm gonna use the other half in this test batch. They were equal weights, so I'm not gonna measure this ahead of time. I already know that this is the right measurement, because I also know that it has been in the fridge and nobody touched it. So yeah, the honesty is good. Catastrophe. When I make recipes and I'm working on a recipe that's mine and I feed it to my family, I'm always like, I just want you to tell me really genuinely what you think. Is it seasoned or is it not? Is it good? Is it not? What do you like? What do you not like? I don't want to know if you like it or not. I want to know why you like it or not. There's a difference. So almost always, Calvin will have specific feedback. And it's good. It's usually pretty good. I'm like, he'll be like, oh, I liked it. It was good. And I'm like, well, what was good about it? The texture? Did you like the fact that it was warm? Like, pick your the top things that you enjoyed about it and like tell me. Yeah, don't sugarcoat. Exactly. I'm going to add a little bit of pepper to this too. And I'm also going to add just a little bit of olive oil, just like enough to get a coat on here, because again, this is meant to be from a rotisserie chicken, which would be slightly greasy, but not like greasy. And this is, it's been in the fridge, so it's a little bit dry. Also, the goal, I'm just calling for 2.5 cups of chicken, but I think what I'm going to say is basically, like, if you want to use all of the chicken, go ahead. Like, it really doesn't matter. You can use the exact amount, you can use more, you can use less. It doesn't, it's not, it's flexible. Okay. But I'm salting this, and I'm salting it first before I even do anything else, so that it has like a little bit of time to just absorb. Right now, I didn't add salt otherwise to this dish last time, did I? I did. I didn't write down how much I added. Did I write down how much I added? No, I didn't. Okay, so we'll figure it out again. we'll just figure it out again. Great. Okay, but the chicken is like ready to go. And now, because this is supposed to come from like a rotisserie chicken, right? One would imagine that is at least warm or room temperature by the time you're using it. So what I'm going to do is, my oven is off, but I'm going to pop this in the oven because it's in an oven safe bowl. So I'm just going to pop it in the oven, and it's going to like warm it a little bit, probably to the point where a rotisserie chicken would be if you brought it home from the store and started cooking with it. So let's get out the rest of our ingredients. We need 1 1/4 cup of orzo. So that is, but it's a very specific amount of orzo. It also happens to be 250 grams. So it's a specific amount, but it's also measurable by a weight, an even weight, which is important. It's actually not that important, because most people, when they're making these types of recipes, aren't using they're not using by weight. So I'm going to measure it by weight just to confirm that 1.25 cups is 250 grams. I'm also using a different type of orzo today. Using the last time I used the boxed orzo, I'm trying it with a bulk store orzo, just to see if there's a difference in the cooking time. So I'm using a 1/2 cup, so 1/2. That's a whole, and then 1/4, 237 grams. Okay, so 250 grams is like relatively 1.25 cups. If I'd have piled a cup a little higher, that's a good number. Okay, 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, and then 2 teaspoons of lemon zest. So that is 1 lemon. I'm going to juice the lemon and then just zest it and then juice it. I'm also noting that if you don't have a lemon to juice and zest, that you can just use lemon from one of these concentrate lemon scenarios. That would be totally fine. Not an issue at all. I prefer the regular lemon, but again, not a necessity. Often people grab shoulder rotisserie chicken for a reduced price to take that information is needed. Yeah, totally. And you know, I'm just kind of like, this is the sort of recipe. Often what I'm doing when I'm working on something like this, so what I'm often imagining is that someone has a couple of these ingredients at home and might stop at a grocery store on the way home and pick something up. Now, often what I'm imagining they're going to pick up is the chicken and possibly the feta. Because you could also use leftover chicken for this. You could also use chicken thighs for this. You can use sort of any 2.5 cups of any chicken you want is how I imagine this. I almost always pitch my ideas with chicken thighs, and my editor almost always comes back to me and is like, how about rotisserie chicken? And I'm like, okay. Which is fine, and I'm expecting it. But every once in a while, they're like, chicken thighs? Yeah, sounds great. And I'm like, yes, we got one. Because I don't love rotisserie chicken from the grocery store. Not going to lie. I do love chicken thighs, though. Lennox, welcome in. Hello. Darlene, the dog is definitely looking for something. She's roaming around. She is probably going to ask to go out in a second. Well, what had happened was she was upstairs in Calvin's room asleep. And when he and his friend went upstairs into his room to hang out, she was disturbed. Her slumber got disturbed. And now she is up and awake. And whereas she was not before. So we're juicing the lemon. We're putting the zest in one bowl. I'm filtering or straining the lemon juice into another. And then I'm adding the lemons to a shaker so I can make some lemonade with it. Okay. Cal, your karate uniform, by the way, is on the steps. Or your pants are on the steps. Your shirt is still at the place. Yeah. Okay. So, lemon juice, lemon zest, 4 tablespoons of salted butter. I am saying salted butter here, although you could use unsalted. I suppose that would be fine. I don't have you don't have to use salted butter, but I would suggest you use salted butter. Okay, there's my 4 tablespoons of butter. And 1 6-ounce container of crumbled feta. So that's going to be this. I'm not super familiar with this brand, but these are all fine looking crumbled pieces of feta. Now, I don't think these are as crumbled as, maybe they're a little more or less, I don't know. They're crumbled. They're fine. They are definitely drier than your block of feta that's floating in brine, but that's to be expected. And then a 1/2 cup of chopped dill. So I have some dill here. I have a 1/2 cup measure. Convenient. So we'll just add that. 1/2 cup of chopped dill divided. Actually, no. I want to write 1 tablespoon set aside. Okay. Because I don't want you to use the entire tablespoon. I want you to save a little teeny tiny bit of it for a garnish at the end. Dill is definitely one of my favorite herbs. Now these are too wilted to be used, so we're gonna move along. We're gonna move along from those. Stephanie, you get the crumbles. I almost always buy the whole block, like the chunk of feta. But I also mainly use it for like topping. So I'll break like a piece off of the chunk and then just like put the rest back in the brine. For this recipe, I am calling for using the whole container. So I think my calculus here was that if you're buying it at the store, then you could just buy the crumbles and pop it open and it'll be like ready to go, as opposed to having to do more work to like crumble it yourself. So generally I love the block so far. I've never gotten the Costco size tub, but approved. Approved. I almost always just get like a block of it and leave it in the brine. So we're chopping this dill. And then this is it. This is going to be the end of it. Now, the last time when I made this, I cooked... Actually, no, I need more dill than that. That was only a 1/4 cup. Did I really use a 1/2 cup of chopped dill in here? Jeez, that's a lot of dill. That's good, though. I like dill. I like a lot of dill. I'm a big fan. It's probably my favorite herb. Outside of like curly parsley, which I just think is sort of a basic herb for everything. Dill is the thing that I sort of think about as a flavor additive the most when I'm like, what herb would I want to add to this? Now, maybe that's because I use it all the time. Maybe it's, maybe I actually like it. But it is probably the one I use the most. Moon Dice, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I hope you're doing well. We are, we've got a 1/2 cup here, about 1/2 cup. And we're going to weigh this because I wrote down that this weighs about 12 grams. So let's see how much we have here. If we have 12 grams or not. We might. Oh, it was 15 grams. Guess we had some more stems in there. I don't know. Is there a flavor difference between curly and flat parsley? Technically, I don't know. I like the texture of curly parsley. So the reason that I prefer that to the flat is that I think it holds up better when you use it in a dish, especially if that dish has something warm in it. I like it structurally and texturally better. Flavor-wise, I'm not actually certain. I don't think it does. If it does, I don't think it's meaningful enough to be notable that you would want to use one over the other. I just don't love with flat parsley when you're cooking with it and it gets like all limp and sort of wilted when you put it in something warm. Because often what I'm doing is putting the parsley in a dish as opposed to just like as a garnish. As a garnish, it doesn't really matter at all. But if you're cooking with it, I like that curly parsley holds up a little bit. I think it holds up a little bit better physically, structurally. All right. So that's cleaned off. This doesn't need to be on the sink anymore. Okay. We're doing good here. We're making some good time. Okay. Let's put this in my stock bag. That was something else I was considering doing today, was making stock. But again, I know I said this earlier in stream. I was like, I don't want to make stock because at the end of stream, when stream is over, I still have like work to do on stock making days. And I don't really want to. Not today. I need to get a move on like getting myself ready to travel because I haven't done that yet, and it's coming up. Good to go. We got our dill, we got our lemon, we got our zest, we got our orzo. We have our chicken, which is in the oven. We have our reserved dill. Peas. That's what I wanted to do. let's get a cup. Let's do a cup of frozen peas. I think that's probably the right amount, right? Now, this also presumes that I have peas. If I don't, then we're not going to do that. I do have a whole chicken. It's kind of funny. There's always a whole chicken lurking around somewhere. What are these? That's corn. That's corn. Are there peas in here? You know? I don't think there are. 3 loaves of bread. Some awful reason. What's under the corn? Is there anything under the corn? No. Okay, are the peas down here? This is berries. Berries. Blueberries. Well, friends, I do not have peas in there. Give me about 45 seconds. I want to go downstairs and check and see if I have peas in the basement freezer real quick. I might. And I really would like to add peas to this. If I don't add peas, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add corn anyway. I'm going to add corn anyway. Because that will let me know. Frozen corn and frozen peas are basically the same. Structurally. Taste-wise, obviously they're different. But okay, we got frozen pizza. Pizza. We got broth. Plenty of frozen pizza in here. Sheesh. No, I don't have any corn. Okay, well, shit. Well, shit. Thought I did, but I didn't. Okay. We're scratching the peas idea. And I think we'll go with frozen corn instead, because I do want to add a little something else to this, vegetable-wise. And if I can't add peas, then corn is basically the same thing in terms of how long it takes to thaw and cook. And you can also eat it completely raw. Let me give one more little look back here. Nope. No. Do not. Okay. That's fine. Warma, welcome in. Sofa says, according to Google, curly and flatleaf Italian parsley do not taste the same. Flatleaf has a stronger, more robust, and slightly peppery flavor. Curly has a milder, grassier, and sometimes slightly bitter taste, and uses superior texture. There we go. Well, the texture is definitely the reason I prefer it. So that makes sense. I don't think I've ever noticed a significant difference in the flavor, but I suppose there is. I mean, if Google says it's true, I'm not going to argue. All right, let's add a cup of peas to this. Corn. I'm going to say peas like 5 more times. Okay, so everything is ready. Cook the orzo into a blank inch stainless steel skillet, which is this. This is what we used. Is what we used last time. So we're going to use it again. Let's bring my camera back over to the stove, and let's test to see if that works. Yo, it does. Add the orzo and the olive oil. How much olive oil? Let's see. Did I write this down last time? Orzo. No. No. Okay. 2 tablespoons is what I used last time. Okay. Set to medium high. Add the orzo and olive oil and toast, stirring frequently for 4 minutes until sizzling and golden in color. Some orzo may begin to brown. Turn the heat to high. Add salt, pepper, and 2 3/4 cups of water. All right, let me get the water ready to go before I need that. Because once this is on the heat, I'm going to want to have this ready to go. Okay, so let's add 2 3/4 cups of water. We're gonna do I'm out of little cups. Oh no. Let's add, this was salty last time. This was too salty last time. So we're gonna do a quarter teaspoon of salt and a 1/2 teaspoon of pepper, which really isn't that much of either. But I remember this being too salty to my taste. Now, that was also because of I think the feta. So we'll see if the feta makes a difference. Now, I am guessing that when I taste this, I'm going to be like, it's not salty enough. And the family said the chicken was under-seasoned, but the overall dish was salty. So their critique was quite nuanced. Now, I'm also adding corn to this, so that's going to take a little bit of flavor up, but I salted the chicken, so I think it's going to balance out. Anyway, let's leave this 1/4 teaspoon out with the salt and the pepper just in case. All right, so everything is ready here. Let's get our add the orzo into a set to medium high. Okay, so I want my pan set to medium high. My stove goes from 1 to 7. So medium high is 4.5. So let's come on over here to the stove, at which the camera has continued to work all day today, thankfully, which is really nice. That was a nice thing that has happened on stream today. The stove camera has died continuously for like 2 months now. I actually think I know why it's dying, but the reason that I think it's started dying, I don't want to change. So I had to change some other things. The reason that I think it stopped working initially was that I have a prompter now, which is considered a second screen, which adds a ton of bandwidth, or adds a ton of like display. Anyway, all right, so this is set to medium. Oil is hot-ish. I'm gonna add the orzo here, and I'm gonna start a 4-minute timer. And again, what I'm trying to do here is just toast this a little bit so that it is a browner than it is now. It is kind of yellow to start. In the recipe note, I said have it be like get until it gets a little bit more golden, but like it's pretty darn golden as it is. Now the white balance on that is a little off again. So let's get the color of that more accurate. There we go. And then how are we with the centering here? Sometimes sometimes this camera just kind of falls over on its own. So I'm at 1 minute in. And this is on medium high. So we're gonna start toasting here. What I'm looking for is browning on the orzo and the sound of sizzling, which I don't have yet, but it will happen. And then all of this is going to cook directly in this pan. I need to look, let me look at the other box of orzo that I have in there to make sure I have the timing. It says 9 to 12 minutes, but I think this one said 9 minutes. Yeah, 9 minutes. So we're going to just say, let's just go with 9 minutes. And I wanted to cover this, I believe. Gwen, I am. I wanted to cover this. Yeah, medium low and cover. Cook 9 minutes. Okay. Gwen, did you hear I said I am? Just I am planning on it. Cool. All right, so we are 2 minutes and 20 seconds in. I hear a little bit of sizzling right now. So this sounds, oh sheesh, sounds good. Yeah, you can't bump this camera. It is the stand that the camera is on is also a little bit not great. There we go. All right. So one minute remaining. We'll see you later. Do you want me to text your folks you're on the way, or are you just heading home? Okay. You going straight home? Okay. Good to see you. All right. And we got a little bit of browning happening with this orzo. I got about 40 seconds left on my clock. So the timing for this step is spot on. You can see if I lift this a little closer, in some parts of this are starting to be a little browned looking. I don't want the whole thing to be like that, but I just want this to get toasted a little bit. So I might want to give this another minute or so past this. So I'm actually going to do that and see what happens. I think it'll be fine if I do. So I'm going to say that was 4 minutes. Let's do 1 minute more and see if this gets any more browned but not burnt. Does it smell toasted? Yeah, it's starting to smell. And good. It's starting to smell good, I should say. All right, this definitely reminds me of rice-a-roni. Just the color, the way it's sort of starting to get a little burnt. Okay, I actually think 5 minutes here is better if we're on medium heat. Now, I'm also using the medium burner. I'm always a little worried with these recipes. Some folks are using like a much bigger burner or a much less powerful burner, and that their timing is going to be different. Cook for 5 minutes. Okay, so now we add the turn the heat to high. Add salt, pepper, and 2 3/4 cups of water. Bring to a boil, then turn the heat to medium low and cover. Okay, so we need to turn this to high. This is now on high. Adding the salt and pepper. Mix that in. And now here comes the sizzle, ready for some steam. Okay, I'm going to bring this to a boil. So this said about 3 minutes to come to a boil. So let's just see how long that takes. I am going to let this boil with the lid off. It shouldn't take too long because the rice is, the orzo is hot and the pan itself is hot. So we're not boiling that much water. So should be pretty quick. It took 3 minutes last time, but we're on high. And then once this is done, we're going to turn it to low turn it to low, actually. I wrote medium low, but I want, I do want it to be, I want it to be on low, because it kept it was like boiling last time. And that wasn't, it was steaming out the sides of the pot, which was not ideal. So I'm going to set my 9-minute timer. We're ready for that. And we're steaming. Almost there. I'm at 1 minute and 20 seconds. And this is, despite the fact that this looks like rice, this is indeed pasta. And so it cooks much quicker than rice cooks. Why is rice-a-roni called the San Francisco treat? Was it invented there? Did they make it there first? Is that just why it's where it's most famous? Was that just an advertising slogan so they could put a trolley on the box? I'm curious. No, I have no idea. But this isn't rice-a-roni, but it looks like it. And I always felt like rice-a-roni was kind of like pasta anyway. It has the mouthfeel of pasta. All right, I'm at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So we should be boiling here momentarily. We have a nice little sheen going on the top here from the oil. Okay, now I said 9 minutes, but I want to put the peas in here with about 2 minutes left to go. It was created in 1958 in San Francisco. Well, that's why it's called the San Francisco treat. I guess that makes sense. Okay, fair. All right, this is 3 minutes. We are boiling. I'm at 3 minutes right now. So I'm going to turn this to low, like way down. Turn that to low. We're going to put the lid on it. I'm going to set our 7 and our 9 minute timer. We're going to come back over here for just a few moments while that cooks. So we got about 7 minutes. I keep saying peas, but this is corn. Turn to high heat, add the salt, pepper, and water, bring to a boil, then turn the heat to low and cover. Cook 9 minutes, stirring frequently to prevent orzo from sticking. Orzo should be cooked to al dente, and about a half a cup of liquid should remain in the bottom of the pan. Okay, so we are waiting for that. It was a very reflective lid. Yeah, the lid is also very clean. That's weird. Yeah, you can see the camera with like the... That's funny. If you look really close, you can see the underside of the stove vent, which is a little dirty. It is a face cam. That's correct. This stream uses 2 face cams and 1 face cam pro. So we have a lot of Elgato products on the stream. Elgato, if you're hearing me, I'd be happy to use more of your products. I don't know if I could use more of your products. Actually, that's not true. I know exactly what I would use if they sent me another one. If they sent me another camera, I don't think I could use it. I don't have any more USB ports. I don't have any more USB ports on the computer, on the Stream Deck, or on the USB hub that is part of the Stream Deck. I'm using every single USB port that I can use on across everything, which is why my camera freezes, because the computer's really struggling here. I'm making myself some lemonade. That's like what we're doing while we're waiting. We are 5. No, that's the count up timer. I don't want that one. That one's confusing. All right, so in about 4 minutes, we're going to add the corn to this. Because again, I just want the corn to cook along with the pasta. I don't need the corn to like cook. It's just got to not be frozen at the end of this. So the whole kind of like point is just adding it towards the end so that it'll thaw out a little bit. We have Daisy over here sniffling around for whatever it is she can find. There's always something on the floor, and she's always like got her face, just like, she's always shoving her face underneath of the counters and like underneath of things to like try to get at whatever grain of morsel of thing she can find. Ain't nothing here for you, girl. Sorry. Okay. Let's get that into a glass. So this is just for me. I've had these leftover lemon shells, lemon rinds from the what did I make over the weekend? I made something that used lemon over the weekend. Oh, I was doing a recipe test over the weekend that used lemon, and that was so I had lemons in there already, and then I just added the one from today. Sorry, did I just make a mocktail? I did not. I just made lemonade. Nothing super exciting, honestly. Just a little bit of lemonade. I've lemon rinds and a little bit of like regular lemon juice out of the bottle and some honey. That's refreshing. We're waiting. We have about 2 minutes left until this corn needs to get added. I should stir this. Went over to the stove. We'll take a look again. Shiny. Yeah, this is looking good. So once I add the corn, we're gonna be in a good spot. And that was boiling. That was simmering nicely, not obnoxiously. Last time, when I was making this last week, it was steaming like aggressively out from under the sides of the pan, which I didn't really want. Trying to find the right balance of temperature and volume of water, because last time I added 3 cups in there and it was boiling quite a bit, but it still was a little too saucy for me. So last time, this time I reduced the water by 1/4 cup, and I also dropped the heat a little bit. So I'm imagining it might still be a little bit too saucy, but I'm also sort of taking into account that someone else might have their stove up a little bit higher temperature. Like their low might be a little higher than my low. So I'm trying to find a good medium between those two things. Now, last time it was a little bit too saucy, but not so much that it was bad. Like it wasn't like over the top. So I was okay with it. Ultimately, it ended up, because it's pasta, it sat there for a few minutes, it ended up absorbing a lot of the extra liquid. So I think if you don't serve this immediately, having a little saucier is fine. That was delicious. I'm going to add a little bit more to that. Okay, timer is going off. Let's pause on this. I'm going to add our corn. So let's stir. Wait, wrong one. There we go. Let's stir our corn in. Whoa. So this is coming along. This is looking really nice. gonna stir our corn in. Now, I would love it if this was peas again, but because I don't have any peas, we're using another equally sized frozen vegetable to sort of stand in the place of the peas. Okay, so let's put the lid back on, and we're gonna wait for just about another minute or so. And I am just making a little bit more lemonade. Grace, if you're looking for the commands, you have to add an S on the end of that. So commands. And you know what? Let me go ahead while I'm kind of waiting for 1 second here. I'm gonna make the change so that if you put the word command, that will work as well. Because that's a reasonable thing. CO. Where is it? Hold on. Let's use the search function. Oh, there it is. Okay. And we'll do the same thing for sound. Sound. Okay. So that works if you type command or commands. Either one works. I don't know what a lot of them do. Well, give them a try. Feel free to give them a try. There's none of them do anything that is none of them do anything that like functionally changes the stream. Most of them just put a message in chat. All right, so this is ready, I would say. So we're gonna leave the heat on here. So Fluff, you found it. You found it. About liquid sugar in the pan. Make the sauce. Add the butter and lemon juice. Stir until the butter is melted and evenly spread. Okay, so we're gonna keep the heat on. I actually want to turn the heat back to medium high. And we're going to melt the butter. And we're going to melt the lemon. Grace, a lot of those commands come from other streams that I've done. Like oh, hold on, I have to add the lemon. We went to Shady Maple Buffet. And so I added like a command about that. Focus is the message that pops up when the stream gets rated. Is one of the ones that pops up when the stream gets rated. Okay, so I want you to turn the heat back to medium high. Cover and cook al dente. Add the butter and lemon in the pan. Stir until the butter is melted, even spread the orzo and loose, and the loose sauce begins to simmer. Add the chicken and stir until it's fully coated. Simmer for 1 minute. Okay. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't talk about it today. I haven't talked about it, but it is live. Everything's set up. Sorry, stove camera is crazy. It happens. The stove camera is a moving target. Like, the whole stream is a moving target because what happens is I add something and I have to subtract something. Like, I add something hardware-wise, and then I have to make another change so that things don't break. So that, like, all the other hardware keeps working. What I want is to get a new computer. That's the goal. Soon enough. Soon enough. All right, that is simmering. So now we want to add the chicken. And we want to simmer for about 1 minute. Start my timer. Okay, so adding the chicken in here. Now the chicken is also going to take up a bunch of the sauce. Or absorb. It's going to spread the sauce out, is what I guess I want to say. Okay, so this looks good. Actually, I want to simmer this for a minute and then add the chicken. That's what I really want to do. Okay, so last time I thought this was too salty, so I reduced the salt in it. Let's try it. So it looks pretty good. Better. Well, pretty good. Okay, that's a minute. So we're going to remove from the heat. That is removed from the heat. Add the chicken, stir until it's fully coated. Simmer, remove from heat. Add the dill and the feta, stir to incorporate. Serve with additional fresh dill on top. Oh, I also want to add the lemon zest to here too. I want to add the dill, the feta, and the lemon zest at the end. Let me add the dill, lemon zest, and feta. So we have dill. Let's stir this in. And then the feta, I'm just stirring in the whole container. Wait, I wanted to reserve a little feta to sprinkle on top. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Now that is finished. And that is a saucy, but not too saucy, feta-y, but not too chunky, dill and chicken pasta. Beautiful. So fluff. Thank you. I appreciate that. I put a lot of time. I put a lot of time into it. It's been a work. It's been in progress for a couple months, honestly. And I'm not a web designer, and I'm not a I'm not very like technically inclined in those ways. So it's been a bit of a learning curve. But it looks like what I want it to. So I'll say that. It looks like what I was hoping for. Start to incorporate, serve with additional fresh dill on top. Great. Okay, so let's see. We've got a pan of food here. Thank you. I do appreciate it. And I haven't like done any sort of anything with it after the fact. I'm sort of I have some like logistical stuff I need to finish before I can like, you know, I'd like to do some like Google AdWords and things like that, like more marketing. And I'm honestly not sure if it's something I'm gonna like do a bunch of like not mention, but like I don't want to harp on. You know what I mean? This is sort of a, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how much I end up talking about it. I don't know. Okay, photo. Yeah, mainly because I don't want to feel like I'm selling something to like folks who are in chat. You know, that's not the vibe that I was going for. Do you know what I mean? Although certainly if anybody wanted to reach out with interest, I would be happy to have that conversation. Okay, so this is, I hate how it does live photos. The phone, that's annoying. Darlene, thank you. Tatsu, hello. Welcome in. So we're going to get a serving of this. And take a photo of that too. All right, serving of this is 1.5 cups, about 265 grams. Okay, so let's get a cup measure. Hold on. No, I don't. Okay, let's do 3 half cups. Tatsu, it is. It's sort of a casserole. I guess you could make it in the oven. This is a one pan pasta. It is a lemon chicken orzo pasta. This version of it has corn. We found a new one. New recipe for the cookies. No, this cookie recipe is actually a quite old, not that old, recipe that I've been making for a while. They are salted chocolate chunk shortbread cookies. They are a freezer staple. I made them a couple months ago on stream, and I pulled out basically like 2 logs of them from the freezer today. And that was just sort of a random, like, I'm going to make these, and I don't have a good, like, strong reason for making them today, but I made them anyway. Okay, so this is what we're having for dinner. Let me show you this, because I'm happy with the way this looks. All right, this is dinner. This is dinner tonight. We haven't done one of these in a while. This is dinner tonight. This is a 1-pan lemon chicken orzo. It has rotisserie chicken and orzo, which has been toasted, lemon zest, butter, feta, and dill. This particular version has corn in it too. And you could use peas, you could use artichoke hearts, you could use dates. Last time when we were eating this, I chopped up some dates and put them in here. There was like a little sweetness. They were very good. Yeah, this turned out really well. I actually like the corn in here. The corn is sweet. Yeah, that's lovely. Again, I think when it sits for more than like 5 minutes, the sauce thickens it up. Saltiness is good. It needs more salt. It needs more. You know what I did last time that I don't think I did this time? I salted the pasta water. I salted the water. I salted it this time, but it like wasn't enough. Okay, so I need to make that note, because I didn't note how much salt I put in it last time. Okay, notes: salt, pasta water, add frozen veg at 7 minutes of orzo cooking. 2 3/4 cups is the right amount of water for this, especially if you're adding vegetables. Calvin! Calvin! Would you like a bowl of dinner now? It's ready. Yes. Yes. Do you want it now? You'd feel rushed if you ate it now? Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Troy, I was thinking, I don't know, with this, with the salt in the pasta water, my thought, I don't know where my thought process was, because because I wasn't draining it. That's the thing. Like when I'm not draining the cooking liquid, I'm always a little less likely to just fill it up with salt. You know, I think in this case, I need to add more salt in that process. Otherwise, this is really good. I'm happy with how this turned out. I'm going to stop eating it. I'm going to save that because if I don't, then I'm not going to have that to be enough left for me to have another bowl of it later. So I'm going to pop that in the oven. That's going to be fine. That can just hang out there until after karate, I guess. Is that too long? Is it too long to leave something in there? Maybe I should put that in the fridge. I don't know. Okay. Either way, I'll make that determination in a few minutes. Let's put these things in the fridge, though. I'm going to clear off the counter a little bit. This I'm going to put in the fridge. My bowl. And any other notes on that recipe? Sorry, that didn't come off as it did. Don't worry about that. It's a no drain dish, but like you still should salt. I should have added more salt to it. I think I need to go back and watch the VOD from last week. That's what I needed to do, and I didn't do that. Usually, when I'm working on a recipe, as I'm making notes on the next iteration, I'm watching like the VOD that I'm watching the stream, and I make a lot of notes from that because I say a lot more things out loud than I write down, and it's helpful. It's helpful for me to go back and hear myself talk in order to just like have the full scope of actually like the development process. So it did not come off as a dig, don't worry. Usually when someone gives me like a note like that and it feels like a dig, I usually respond a little bit more defensively. I think I usually respond with a lot more explanation. I don't know. I always respond with explanation. So take your pick. Cool. Well, we did some good stuff today. I'm sort of pleased, not sort of pleased. I am pleased with how stream came together today. We had a rocky start, frankly, but that's okay. We did a round of rice pudding, which was really good. That's in the fridge. I'll show you the rice pudding. Hold on. Let's see. This is the rice pudding. It's cooled off now. Not completely. Let me give this a little stir because like it's a little. It doesn't look all that appetizing now that it's just been sitting in the fridge. Tell you what though, still really is very good. So this is the. Here we go. This is the rice pudding that we made. Looks really good. It has cinnamon and nutmeg and blueberries in it. I portioned it out for individual dessert size portions, 250 grams each. So we did that. We made dinner, which I was just eating. And we also made cookies. These are salted chocolate chunk shortbread cookies. They have sugar around the outside. They're browned and slightly toasted on the bottom. The top has sea salt. This is what the inside looks like. I'll back off a little bit so I don't get salt all over my computer. There we go. That's what the inside looks like. Need to hear the snap. These actually don't snap. Not yet. They might snap tomorrow. They're a little thick. Yeah, but they are very good. These are they're not as dry as a standard like shortbread cookie. They're a little bit softer than that. They are very good. They're one of my favorite cookies. And I've made these a bunch over the years. These today, I didn't do the dough for these today. I got these out of the freezer. They were just like in logs. So I usually keep a couple cookie logs in the freezer that at various points, if I just want a cookie, I can get them out. So that's what we did today. Got them out, thawed them while we made the rice pudding, and then baked it. There they are. Megan, hello. Welcome. Well, we, excuse me, are just about finished today. I think I'm finished. I'm finished the cooking aspect. There's a disparate hand coming in from over the counter there. Gwen's home. She just made an excited sound and came and grabbed a cookie, so that's a good thing. Let's see. I'm looking in the food and drink category for somewhere to go. Let me see who else is live today streaming. We have Darth Verbaka is live. M. Kachik is live. I get so annoyed with all of these like full 24/7 streaming like food streams that are on Twitch. So annoying. I wish that we could do anything at all about them. As in, like, I wish I could just hide them. If I block them, does that mean that I don't see them? Maybe I should just block them. I feel like that's what I should do. I don't know. Okay, I know what we're going to raid today. I would like to take y'all over to another favorite lovely human who is a frequent perpetrator of raids to this stream, and I don't get a chance to raid them very often. But today we are. We're going to go raid the Zachary Mike. Zach is a friend of the stream. If you haven't hung out in Zach's stream before, the stream is a little different than this one. Probably not a surprise to you, but I like I really do want to encourage you to like hang out, even if you are,
Vibrate you
even if
until
you like,
got off?
if you've been to Zach's stream before, then like definitely hang out, and you're probably already there now. But if you haven't, Zach grades the stream regularly, so Zach is like definitely a friend of the stream, and they're about to start doing the commentary portion of the stream, which is like the funny part. Zach usually does like a little intro. They're about 20 minutes in right now. But they do like this intro, and then they get into commentary. Zach does like reacts to a variety of YouTubers. Zach is reacting to Life Plus Cindy today, and they're just really funny. Like I love when I'm not streaming. I love having Zach stream on in the background as I'm like going about the kitchen things and like just general life. So I love the fact that we can like go right over there today. Before we do that, I want to tell you that the next stream that we're gonna do is going to be, hopefully, knock on wood that everything works. The next stream that we do is going to be from Toronto. We're going to do an IRL, I believe, on Friday, this Friday, daytime during Friday. If everything goes to plan, we'll be walking around with my friend James. He will introduce himself as James, as that is his name. I knew him as Jim from a previous life. So we'll be walking around with him. I'm hoping that he gets to take us to where he works, which is very much food related and very interesting. I don't want to spoil it, but I hope that we get to go there and look a little bit at what they do. And if not, that's okay. But we will be, ideally, if the weather cooperates and my hardware cooperates, we'll be walking all around the city of Toronto on Friday. If that changes, I will update in Discord. There is a link to that in chat. Yeah, if that schedule changes, I will update. I will be updating the Discord. Toronto, John, welcome in. Toronto this week. Calgary, I'm not sure. Never been to Calgary. I've never been anywhere else in Canada other than Toronto. I would love to. And I know that if I do go there, I know who to look up. I know who to look up. You, specifically. Whiskey Fox, welcome in. Okay, we are all wrapped for today, though. I need to go. Need to get to karate. Sofa. I would love to visit the frigid northern areas. Honestly, I really would. There's a lot of places that I would like to go in Canada. I'd like to go to Montreal. I'd like to go to Vancouver. I hear it's nice. I am going to Toronto. But not far from Calgary. I don't want to. I know. I know. I actually geographically don't know. I know the name. I know the name from having written it on a cookie box before. But I've never looked it up. I've never been like, where is that on the map? Not far, though. Well, if I do go to Calgary. Calgary, not Calvary. Calvary's different. Anyway. Thank you all for hanging out today. We're going to start this raid. I think. Yeah. Okay, we're going to start this raid. We are raiding the Zachary Mike. Zach is a friend of stream. Goodbye sounds are on. Raid messengers are in chat. So thank you very much. Here comes some social media for chat as well. We have, there it is. Okay, cool. We did it. Excuse me.
That's all, folks.
Thank you all for hanging out. We're going to end the YouTube stream here. I appreciate y'all. We'll see you soon. Please like and subscribe if you're hanging out on YouTube. If you're hanging out on YouTube vertical,